Hello, boys and girls, lads and lasses, and welcome back.
Oh no!
Is that a new character?
Yes, we've got new Tough Panda. He's coming in to turn us to the dark side.
But only half the dark side, because he's also white. Man, the Chinese are going to hit us. There's someone over there in China right now going, Darth Panda, no, he's ours.
I'm glad I've actually only got 600 odd subscribers, because otherwise
He's
I'd be
adorable.
demonetized.
Yeah.
I don't know. The problem is that Darth Panda also,
Hi, Darth.
he can't talk though. He's a panda. And, he's probably got a mouthful of, eucalyptus or whatever they eat over there. And he's happy, pandaing out, trying to use the panda force. All he can do is get more eucalyptus. It's not very exciting.
Pass the eucalyptus, man.
Yeah.
Waiting for that special panda date to show up so they can make baby panda.
But that's a very, very careful one, because I can't quite see if it's a boy or a girl.
That's true.
Non-binary panda.
Are you a panda or a panda?
No, they can't have a non-panda. They got so many problems with panda mating as it is. Now panda's like, why are you implying my gender?
Yeah, are you assuming the panda's gender?
He looks a bit incredulous. Yeah, he's like, dude, why?
Huh?
Got resting panda face.
Yes. So yes, because we were a wee bit short.
Bamboo. I'm sorry. Melvin Deeply. I apologize. I mixed up my animal diet. Koalas eat eucalyptus. Pandas eat bamboo.
Of course. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
He said on Dick Van Dyke was on. Was it The Masked Singer US? Dick Van Dyke was and he was.
You are talking about things that I cannot give you answers to. So,
well, it's just also saying that she'd seen a clip from it in one of the shows.
the panda's under attack.
Use your money at the panda.
Oh dear me!
Now it's dead panda.
I'm on a break for one night, and the panda decides to take over.
You got to watch them every minute.
Unbelievable.
Enough pandaing around.
Yeah.
Darren's just dropping them.
Naughty boy!
Pandering, no pandering here.
He's just pandering to the.
Oh god. Anyway, folks, I'm not staying long, so the panda will just laugh anyway.
That was good.
I know.
Well, as they say, pandas eat, shoot, and leaves.
Yep. Anyway, everyone take care. I'm going to have a night cycling, and everyone enjoy the stream, okay?
Be careful out there,
travels,
buddy.
Mate.
Take care and keep your eye on Instagram. There'll be plenty of pictures.
Safe travels.
Take care. Bye.
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 Bye. Right, before we get started, I'm going to actually just bounce up I've cut it a wee down my sponsor video. Get that out of the way, okay? We'll be back shortly.
Is that Benji or
And
Buddy?
a big thanks to AG Barr for sponsoring this month's competition. To enter the competition, all you need to do on any video on the channel at PJMaybe1 on YouTube, comment #Irn-Bru. There'll be 3 prizes drawn. The first prize is from my own collection, a Barr's Irn-Bru Iron Man poster, A4 size. The next 2 prizes will be a medium t-shirt, a keyring, and a sticker for your car window or the house window, whatever you want. Big thanks to AG Barr for sponsoring this, and remember, don't be a fanny and enter the competition. Now back to the show.
Very nice.
Well, I had to get a new hat.
That's great. Oh, that is brave. That's brave.
That is just an old Scottish name. That's all that is.
Where's Daniel? Is he in the chat? He'll love that. He's not with us tonight at the moment.
Not at the moment.
You need to send that to Daniel.
Like a new T-shirt as well.
Now, is that one of the
Very nice.
T-shirts, or is that a
This
T-shirt?
is my T-shirt. I dug it out.
Okay, that's what I thought, because I remember you talked about mediums, and I'm
Yeah,
thinking,
and it ain't no
PJ's
medium.
arms would be sticking out and just trying to wiggle around, and it'd be
I
horrible.
dug out my large one, which I had. I've got about 4 drawers worth of T-shirts.
Definitely looking like very lumberjack tonight, PJ.
Well, that's what my wife
Yeah.
said. She asked me if I was actually going to go out and cut down the trees, and I went, eh? Then I realised what she was talking about. We're American.
Did you buy any
God damn
insurance?
it.
Did you buy any
I didn't
insurance? You used to work in a pet shop.
Again. Yeah, I'm not leaving. I'm just going to wander around for a second because I'm an idiot and didn't turn the power on.
I know that feeling well.
Oh dear. Right, Benji, I'm trying to use the mouse.
There we go.
In my hand every time I actually do anything.
Okay.
Welcome to another Boomer Cast.
Everything's went dim on the screen. I'm like, what? Am I having a stroke? Oh no, it's just the
Yeah,
power button
it's
that's
something
coming
that crosses my mind most days. Am I having a stroke? No, maybe not.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fine.
Yes,
It's fine. It's fine.
And I just because I've got 20 odd hats doesn't mean I've got too many.
You have a lot of hats.
Oh, you can never have too many hats.
No.
You see my newest addition, and this was just for you know how I got my night things. Colin might like this one.
Oh God.
Swords, arrows, and hats. You can never have too many of.
Oh, that's very nice.
Oh, that, nice.
Oh, very nice. Yes.
Full-face Crusader helm.
I was trying to get the one. I was thinking of getting the one. There was one that sort of had a chin, but it was too tight. And I was going to take that off and just have a wee dangly bit.
Yeah.
And just lift it. But I couldn't.
You definitely have. Yeah, you definitely rocking the sort of period headgear because you had the chainmail on the other day. It looked very natural. Yeah, you're definitely a time traveler, I think.
It's just I was out in the shop and then I saw this and I thought, I'll pick that up as well.
Why not?
You
Yeah, we've all been there.
Say, huh? Honest, it's for my children.
Yeah, that's how I ended up with that Iron Man faceplate up there, whichever side that thing's on. I saw it. And I was like, all right.
You don't
Need
want
to
to see
message
how many
Daniel, I'd like
Legos.
to see
You
this.
don't want to see how many Lego swords and shields I had at one point.
Yeah.
Did you hurt
just
yourself,
belted my knee
PJ?
in my desk. I just belted my knee in my desk. As I
Oh.
was going to move in, I was actually not turned like that, and I went sideways. I went belt. Oh, and it's a
Yeah, I
solid.
recognize that look as an older man. I have that look quite a bit, so I knew what it was. It's like, oh, he's injured himself. He may not come back from this. We don't know.
It's a solid wooden desk.
Usually
It's
that
not
just after a certain age, it just requires getting up in the morning.
Yeah. And you realize you're getting old when you stand up and you go, ugh.
Or it takes
Well, it is.
Yeah.
It's a lot of energy to get that upward motion. Coming down is not so bad. It's the going up afterward. You might as well just stay down. It's
That's
a
why
lot.
I had to change what car I drive. A while back, I had a Ford Escort. It's just quite low. It's low that you would step up onto a pavement. And I realised that every time I was coming out of it, I would put my elbows at the door and go, get myself out. I thought, I need a car that I can step into, so I've got a Nissan Duke, so I can step into it and step out, rather than.
you don't want to have a high ab every time you have to get in and out of your car.
What's wrong with you? You look knackered. Just get out of my car. So I decided,
Sweating.
That's like getting off the couch. Same thing.
I got that bad. I used to lie back on my couch watching the TV and then try to get up. I had to roll off and stand up because I couldn't actually get up. So I just had to roll off and then stand up. And I realised getting old. No sitting back on the couch, so I had to get a chair that actually I could stand up from.
Speaking of getting old, I just fired up Facebook because I was going to go into Messenger for something and then I forgot what I was going to do. I just remembered.
I saw what a tweet. The tweet says that we've got more knowledge of old TV shows than we do for what we just came into the room to get. And I thought,
that's probably true.
Yes. Walk into the room, go, what did that come in for? Sorry, is that on your chair? Right, I'll move it. Right,
I went into the kitchen 3 times before I remembered to bring back my mug of coffee earlier on today. I had a cup of coffee, came in without it. Went back in, came back in and forgot it. Went back in a 3rd time before I remembered to actually bring the damn coffee back.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
I reckon doorways are actually a portal for memory wipes. See, if you're looking for something and you don't cross a doorway, you'll constantly hunt for it. As soon as you go into another room to look for it, you go, what did I come in here for?
Yeah.
So I think it's the door's fault. It's definitely the door's fault. It's not ours. Definitely not our fault. Doors
actually, you know, I should get. I don't have a silence action figure. That reminds me. I should add one to my Doctor Who set.
Oh, I was in B&M. There was a load of Doctor Who figures. 1 or 2, like the Daleks, the big Dalek.
Yeah.
Not that one. I've got a big Dalek somewhere. I think he's up. Oh, there he's over there somewhere, right?
Yeah, I see him.
They had him, and they had loads and loads of others. Jodie Whittaker, Tulsa Cole, and stuff like that. And I'm sitting there thinking, they even had a silence, which was light blue, and I'm thinking, clear blue. And I thought,
that's not the proper one. So, what was the Whittaker era stuff priced at? If you even looked, you may not have even bothered.
It was priced at £12 for a set of 3 figures.
3 figures, okay.
Really good. If that,
for 3 figures,
if that was ones that I already had, I would have bought them anyway because the prices were really good.
That's
right.
I've always got nephews or nieces and come in and look around the room and go, here, have that. Don't touch the rest. Have that. That's the Dalek there. Look, see it. That's the big Dalek from B&M. That cost me £15. So I had that.
12 quid for 3.
Yeah, it was £12 for the set of 3.
That's £11.97 too much.
Yes. So, but it's just one of those things. I went in and I went into a couple of shops and I bought £200 worth of gear.
Oh no!
I went in to get paint.
Famous last words. I know. Heart failure.
I went in to get paint and I came out with 2 big bags.
Oh my God.
Roman's like, I'm coming, Elizabeth. No.
Yeah, it's coming.
The good thing is, right, my car went in to get the suspension repaired and the brake pipes repaired because they were corroding. I got a quote of £700, and I was like,
yikes.
So I went up and paid for it yesterday. And the girl was saying this, she says, are you ready for this? And I says, aye. Thinking £700 was the quote, so it could be £700-800. And she said, 500. I went, yes! She says, really? I says, I got quoted more. And she says, well, that's a good thing. I says, but my wife, when I came out with the 2 bags, my wife says, you spent the £200 you saved yesterday. I'm like, so I didn't save it. She said, "Did I buy for the Comic Con?"
Well, you just moved it. You moved it to something more fun because brakes are not fun. Brakes are like one of the least fun things you will ever do. They're just brakes, tires.
I like my brakes.
No, they're quite fun when they work.
You like them to work.
That's fun.
But it's just a transparent thing largely in your life. Yeah. As long as they're doing what they're supposed to do. But getting new brakes isn't exciting. It's just you're not going to die.
She says to me I didn't need to get my brakes done because I never used them. I don't understand.
What was that? I think that was PJ again.
Yeah, come. But yeah. But so I went in and I thought I could open these all tonight. I says, but that would take the whole show.
Oh, buddy.
So I decided to split it up into 8 piles.
Oh my God.
Holy crap, dude.
Piles. So yes, we're
gonna have to sign him up for some kind of program because
I will give a hint of something that I got. It's a program I've not watched, but I plan to watch at least the first 2 seasons, maybe not the 3rd.
Okay.
And it's not because it's
could
super
literally be
or anything. Not because it's super or anything.
Super?
I'm intrigued.
That was a hint.
Okay.
Super No More.
Oh, who's that with you tonight? Is that
This is Benji.
Benj? I thought that was Benj. Is he all right?
That's most
He's
modern
just actually
entertainment.
just
Super,
relaxing.
most modern superhero entertainment. Super No More.
Aye, but I'm just thinking of a program which has got 3, maybe 4 seasons, but I'm only watching the first 2 because it's no longer super.
I think I know. Shall I say, or do you want me to not say?
Yes, go ahead if you
That
can.
could be an American show that I'm not watching.
The
which
Expanse.
is most American shows.
No, I've watched the first 3. I got halfway. I got into the 4th season. Halfway through the 4th season, I went, nope, no more. Stop. This is a fair. It's still going at the moment. I think it's just about to finish.
Oh,
and I've not watched but I only plan to watch the first 2 seasons.
yeah, I got
will we rename you? Call you Henry or something? Maybe they get an idea.
Henry.
No.
Far too old.
Right, anybody in the chat, come on. It's got 4 seasons. I only plan to watch 2 because it's no longer super.
Oh, Cavill. Right, Henry Cavill. Is it The Witcher?
Oh, The Witcher.
No longer
The Witcher.
Yes.
Good job, Len. Because I'm thinking this is like the worst episode of Jeopardy ever.
Mention Cavill,
That's why I say it's no longer super. And then I had to give the
I actually saw season 1. I never saw season 2, and I've not
watched any of it because I never played the game. And
I don't game.
As soon as I saw these 2 figures, the 2 figures were superb. There was about 5 or 6 of the figures. Okay. The other ones were
those are McFarlane coming through this. Like that's like the Warhammer figures. Yes. I'm not a Warhammer guy, but the Warhammer figures are really cool.
Yeah, I saw the Warhammer figures. I did plan to pick a couple of them up the last time when I saw them, but because I just spent £80 in DVDs, I decided not to buy the Warhammer figures.
That may have been
I'd ran out of money. So it was a case of do I put Stargate in Stargate Atlantis buy, or will I just buy it? No, I'll just keep the discs.
So speaking of McFarlane, though, they've released a number of figures this week. They've had the Flashpoint Paradox, the proper Flashpoint Paradox, not what's coming out as the Flash with the Ezra Miller, but the Flashpoint Paradox from the comic book. It's the Project Superman. So if you've read the book, you know what I'm talking about. Little skinny, unfortunate version of Soups, but it's a cool looking figure. They just released.
He was kept underground.
Yeah, he was kept out of the sun, so he never got as powerful.
I have a question for that. Regarding the thing for the movie. Cara, no, it's the same one because she's been, as I understand it, and I could be wrong about this. So I'm not going. Apparently, she comes to Earth as a kid, as a child, and she's kept out of the sun in an underground thing.
Yeah, it looks like they're keeping that same idea.
Yeah, and
they do take it farther. By the end of the trailer, you see that they've taken that character farther than
my question for that though is okay. So the instant she's bursted out, she can suddenly control all her powers. She knows how to fight. She knows how to fly. She can control all her powers. How does she do that? Oh, sorry, I forgot this. This is 2023. It's the power of whamming. She's a man to prison. And she's suddenly got perfectly developed muscles, perfectly developed fighting ability, and she can
in the Flashpoint comics, once they brought out the skinny Superman, he got his powers and he seemed to get them quite quickly. Because
he was never as big though. He never got to.
He never was big. He was always dead skinny, but he the powers. So her getting the powers in this new movie. They did that in the comic book anyway. It's just a case of it was a natural progression. It was just natural to him. even though he had been kept out of sun. It's unlike, see, most people actually think about Smallville, him growing up and learning and stuff like that, but it's not. It's more of a case of, like, if you were constantly strapped to a bed, as you know, like, but your legs worked, they were just not very strong, you would still know how to walk just because it's natural. That's what they were getting at with the Superman. So them doing it with her in the Flashpoint movie, it was very similar to the comics in that respect.
It was like I said, by the end of that preview, though, she's wearing the suit and flying and doing, like, she's full on.
She still looked very. She looked very nutritious.
Yeah. In the comic, the suit that he's wearing while he's in prison is the suit that he wears in the comic. That's it. And he never really physically develops a lot more than when he comes out of the hole. So go ahead, Colin. 1356. What happened there?
He got taken back.
I died again for a second there. So I was going to say I haven't actually read the comics. So
right, see if you've not read the comics. There was one episode of the New Avengers or the Avengers where the Flashpoint happens and he goes back.
DC made an animated feature.
The Green Lantern. Stuart goes back in time and fights the Second World War, and that's when he finds the Superman.
They did a version of it in the CW series, which I did see. I was watching the CW series when they did that, and he went back and they changed some things. But I mean, my question with that, with everything I've seen of these, any one of these, where to do that is okay, fine. It's exactly the same question that I've got with Star Trek 09. Okay, so someone goes back in time to a particular point in time and affects changes. How does that affect the rest of the universe? How does that affect? How does Barry Allen saving his mum suddenly change?
It's the ripples. You're looking for very specific things, and you're
Bruce
not
Wayne's dad, not becomes Batman, not Bruce Wayne. That Kara comes worth and not Kal-El.
Well, that, like I said, that doesn't take place in the comic, but in the comic, like I said, the way they describe it is basically every subtle change that happened because of that caused all the other changes. It's not a series of dramatic things. It's just the subtleties that because of this, these things never happen.
I understand that ripple effect. But what I'm saying is fine. But in that case, okay, so I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the timeline goes, but usually, I mean, I'm not sure how they do timeline, how long Batman's been around, for example. But how can something that happens on the Earth, what?
Yeah, I know 20, you're getting
25 years ago. How can that affect something that happened 30 years ago? How the hell can that affect something that happened on Krypton?
Why her instead of him? Because messaging. That's why.
Yeah,
that's if you're looking for a logical thing there. No, that doesn't make sense.
But if you want to see the type of Superman they had in it, there was one. I think it was the new Avengers or the Avengers or no, sorry, no Avengers, sorry, the Justice League.
Yeah.
They did the one. I think there was the one where the Green Lantern Hal goes back in time during the Second World War.
No, that's a different one. They actually
they did that, and then I think they did the one
animated feature.
The animated one. We're talking about the animated one. Not if he's not read the comics. I'm saying if he watches that.
Yeah, you can watch this. I'll find the link.
The Superman in that it's very reminiscent of the comics, very gaunt and skinny.
That's what I just found a copy of, I think, of the graphic novel. I know.
There we go.
I know they did it in. So I know they did it on CW Flash series because I had.
No. Ignore anything that was ever on the CW. Copy.
Oh no, not.
Comments, private chat. Yeah, I'm dumping it in the private chat so you can see what it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, to be quite honest, I'm one of those that I personally think, I would have said, got sorry, no idea who he is or was before he came to him. I don't Mike Grant Gustin in the Flash. He did a very good job. He was the best thing about that series. I think. So I think if they should have done that, do what Marvel did. One thing that Marvel done well. No, maybe not well. One thing that Marvel did that was a good idea was tie their films and TV shows in, which DC didn't. The DC movies are completely separate from the DC TV shows.
But no, see, that just becomes exponential. Look what Doctor Who tried to do. They tried to do the comics with the web episodes, with the TV show, as soon as you start saying the movies and the TV shows, then you're effectively saying, well, if you've watched this movie, you need to watch that, you need to watch that. It's the same as Doctor Who. Now you need to read the comic, now you need to buy the book, now you need to watch this. And now I don't like it when they goes
it becomes way too much.
They did that. I mean, I know they did that several times way back when I used to be buying comics. They did it, and they would have not quite. I mean, DC did Infinite Crisis, and Marvel had something, and they had storylines went across half a dozen comics. So I got one. I remember, for example, I used to collect the New Mutants. They all got killed off. The next episode, they're back again because they've been revived in another comic that I didn't get. So I know what you're saying.
That's
when they do that,
because you use the same medium. It's just the comics. It's like watching a TV show, and then they did Doctor Who, then the Sarah Jane Adventures, then they did Downtime, then they did the other ones. Basically, they're splitting them off on the same TV shows that way. So that's the comics splitting them off that way. But if you're reading comics, then they says, and if you want to find out what happened, read this book. You're sitting there thinking, wait a minute, I like comics. I don't want to read a book. If I want to read a book, I wouldn't be reading comics. And it's that type of thing. So if they're using it in the same medium, I don't have issues with it splinters off.
Well, no, I mean, I do on the grounds that I don't buy that comic. I'm not interested in that particular comic, or perhaps I can't get that, whatever. But that's what I think. It's a similar sort of thing. I mean, it's not so bad, I think, if they have the Flash in the comics is the same as the Flash in TV. The Flash on the movies is the same as the Flash as the TV show. Okay, fine. Just as long as you don't carry the stories over, so that you don't have to watch. I mean. Apparently, you have to watch every single one of the MCU movies now to get what's going on.
Well, that's going to be a problem because I haven't watched any of them since Endgame.
Yep, exactly. Me neither.
I've not even watched that.
Well, I gather that the new Wasp movie.
That's gotten terrible.
I saw the reviews. Did you watch Friday Night Tights?
No, but I saw Az's review on it. I gather it leads into the
rip it. I knew every single one of them rips it.
Yeah.
Shad, Gary.
I saw Shad's review of it, I think.
Or they were all going after it because it made no sense. The reason he's Pym's got the suit is so he can breathe and move around. Yet every time they're doing a fight, the hats are on, and anytime they want to talk, they're off. And you're sitting there thinking, I thought they couldn't breathe because they were smaller than their oxygen molecules. That's what the suit was for. But they kept getting the hat on and off and on and off, so it made no sense.
Well, there's so many stupid things. I mean, if they're smaller than an atom of oxygen, how can they actually be any set? How can they actually speak? What are they actually supposed to be vibrating? If they're smaller than an atom, what are they supposed to be vibrating to actually? As I said on Discord, I've noticed something again going over the stories, but some I seem to have noticed. I think actually that Hollywood is actually being he's actually playing 5-dimensional chess. It's not woke. It's actually extremely misogynist because everything is the women's fault. I mean, from what I understand of the story of the Wasp, Quantum, who cares? Everything happens because Janet Van Dyne doesn't bother telling anybody about the big bad that's stuck down in the quantum dimension. She keeps her trap shut about that. Jen, what's her face, only becomes the Hulk because she gets an inadvertent drops of the Hulk of Bruce Banner's blood on her because she crashes because she can't keep her eyes on the road. Guy Ladriel. Guy Ladriel doesn't tell anyone. Apparently, won't listen to anything that Sauron tells her. Goads him to the point where he actually comes back, where he actually may or may not be trying to sort of be reasonably goodish, and she goads him into becoming evil again, or not, as the case may be, and then never tells anyone about that. Why is it that everything that seems to happen is the fault of the women being incompetent, or Wanda missing her boy toy and then deciding that she can't live without the children that were never real in the first place, so she has to go and ruin every single universe? What is it with Hollywood's idea that everything is for women, pardon me, ladies, from that who seem to be
the biggest problem
emotionally dysfunctional, or just playing out as competent as Dr. Joe? Exactly. That's not my opinion. That's what
the problem
Hollywood
is with that is they do it without realizing they're doing it, because rather than actually just having a story and having whoever's the villain, whoever's the good guy, or whatever, what they do is, if you're putting someone up front, it'd be the same as if they put a male up front or a female. If they put the male up front, it's to be the big hero who doesn't listen to anybody but doesn't tell anybody, then he might actually be the one fighting it. But if he doesn't tell anybody, he's the one that caused all the problems after the fact. It's the same as
I think the problem too is that everything has become overanalyzed by Hollywood and put through such a microscopic lens now that you just don't know what to make of anything anymore. No. You don't know. Yeah. You don't really feel like you're listening to a story where a story was just a story before. Yeah. It's got this character and it's got that character. Cool. But now it's like, okay, what message are you sending me? What am I supposed to pick up from this? Yeah. I'm out. I'm like, I don't.
Well, you look at either the Rings of Power or you look at WandaVision. Right, Rings of Power. Galadriel basically knows all about Sauron, but she doesn't tell anybody because. So she's at fault, but they wanted to make her so powerful and so self-sufficient that they made her do that. So they ruined what it could have been. If she was less self-sufficient and she had a group that she could help, and then the Lord of the Rings trilogy wouldn't have happened. Or if you look at WandaVision, if they turned around and goes, wait a minute, you're going to Arkham, say, you're going to anywhere basically because you've just imprisoned all those people, kids and everything. But turning around and going, they don't know what you actually gave up for that.
Oh, God, that was so
all
bad.
These people. Torture all these people, we'll give. And then you're sitting there thinking, all they've done is made the females look worse because they think they're making the females look better. But
and they just continued that in Doctor Strange, into the whatever the hell it was, the Doctor Strange 2. I'll just call it that because I can't remember the name because it was too long. But they just continued the bad story of Wanda and that's what they and Colin and PJ, you both hit the points on this. And another problem that Marvel specifically has is they'll go in and my friend Copa Catania brought this point up last night. They'll go in, or was it this morning? I'm old. It was one of the two. Marvel has an outline, and then they start making their movie, and then they flesh it out while they're making the movie. And you can see the lack of cohesion and the lack of, firm storytelling in this phase of the Marvel universe. It's not good. And it's checkbox writing as well. We've talked about that before. They feel the need they have to have one of these and one of these and one of these and one of these. And that's not, that's not storytelling. That's you fitting a story around a preconceived notion of what you want to push on the audience.
It doesn't feel spontaneous. It doesn't feel original. It just feels like it's very
do you know what it's like? Do you know what it's like? Right, how many times have we read the Spider-Man comic, watched the Spider-Man movie, watched the Spider-Man TV show, and we all find out how he got his powers and why he became a hero, right? You watch a movie, even though you know the story, it still feels like a spontaneous thing because he's going to do something and go, then it's going to cause the death of his Uncle Ben and he's going to regret it, and that's why he's helping people. Nowadays, you imagine if they do the new one with Spider-Gwen, nobody will die. She'll do something, nothing will happen, but she'll become a hero because, and that's the problem. The stories, even though we know the stories, we see them as spontaneous because of the way it is written. Obviously, it didn't like getting scratched in his ear, so he just moved.
Well, that's what they're doing with the Marvels right now. I gag a little bit when I say it.
Did you see did you see that? You need to check. Did you see it was on Twitter? The Legion of Beavers. That was superb. The picture.
I did. Yes. Yes, we can't show that on the show, but yes.
I was literally watching this video just before this. Apparently, that's been put back now.
Yes, to November again.
Whoever the hell Echo is has been put back to next. Loads of them have been put back.
That Agatha series, which no one gave a shit about, no one cared about, is also been moved off the slot because
Ironheart.
Ironheart, they permanently shelve that.
What's the one? Is it Zero? It's not Zero. It's the one about the deaf dumb.
I just mentioned it. I literally said it just now. I literally forgotten about it. I was adding to it. Yeah.
You know what? It might say, Roman, do you know what McFarlane figure? I saw two. One of them was Batman Unmasked. It looked quite cool.
Which one was it? Was it the Thomas Wayne version with the white hair, or was it Bruce? No. It was younger version. Okay.
Younger. It had belt on. It looked like a different utility. He had the Batman outfit, but he looked almost like it was a brown belt he was wearing. It's almost like a multiverse version of it, but it was called Batman Unmasked. And they had another one called Sphere. Was it Sphere? Basically, it was a green one with the helmet was just a dome, but they had parts in it you could amend your Batman with all these parts, and it looked like bat wings, so it was literally the wings. And another one, I think you get the material for, so you basically build your Batman, and it's just basically add-in. So if you build you buy the Batman, and you buy another figure, it's got something for the Batman, and you buy another figure, it's got something for the Batman.
That's clever.
I saw them because I had got so much before. I couldn't get too much more. There was a few I wanted, even figures that I don't have the programs. I don't watch. The figures looked so good. I was sitting there going,
that's like
spend my Comic-Con money, but what am I going to spend at Comic-Con?
I put a comment in Azzy's stream. It said a comment on his thing saying, "Okay, got it. It's Marvel Phase 5, the failed comics phase." Apparently,
Yes.
most of these. I mean, you
Yes.
say that, though. You mentioned that. I mean, about the Agatha thing. I remember because WandaVision's the only one I've actually seen. All of. But there's one thing between something I noticed. Not being a big, having read the comics for a long time, no idea who a lot of these characters are. But something in common with WandaVision and with Sauron in Rings of Diversity. Everybody, all the fans, the deep fans who knew the comics or the book said, "Oh, that's going to be Agatha then." On her first appearance. Oh, he's going to be Sauron and then his first appearance. All the way through to what the showmakers think is a big reveal. Anybody that actually knows the stories has already worked that out from before the bloody thing started. You know, from the first time they saw this character.
The problem is they're so obvious nowadays. There's no subtlety behind it. As soon as we see it, we go, "He's a bad guy."
Yeah. Well, he's a white man. He's obviously a bad guy.
Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever you're watching, you know it's just going to be he's the bad guy. She's going to be the hero, or he's going to be the hero. And this one, she's going to actually be basically pretend to be their friend, just so they can, because they're so obvious. They don't know how to actually write a character so it actually subverts your expectations.
Oh, unfortunately, I wish they would subvert our expectations. I know exactly expectations
aren't great.
That's why I don't watch anything these days. But I mean, I said about a subtly wrong. There could have been in Wanda that horrible line when what's her face? Miss Marvel, not Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel. Whatever her name? Whatever she's going to tell.
I don't remember that character's name either.
When she turns around and says, "They'll never know what you." Oh,
that was such a terrible line, man.
The thing is, that could have been. You were saying about subtly. That could have been written differently if they'd written that in a way that she was saying that to gain Wanda's trust, to get Wanda to stand down,
and then she zaps her.
Take her, yeah. If she was
that would have been better.
You know, if she was doing that, maybe even actually, yes, really simply, but doing it to come
down. You cut out again, Colin.
If they were doing it so they could get her to come down to stop her being so so violent, then that would have worked. No, they did it. It was exactly as it meant, and no, they did that. They did that to validate her. They did that to validate Wanda's.
No, Wanda was the villain in that show. Yes. Wanda was the villain in that show, and then she was actually the villain in Doctor Strange too. But they still tried to push that BS thing with the made-up children as a legitimate reason for what she was doing. That's insanity. She was mentally ill. It just wasn't good, man.
And what they did.
Go ahead.
I was going to say the one thing apparently they were originally going to do that would have actually made sense and actually stopped it. Apparently, originally, Doctor Strange was going to come in and snap her out of it and point out of it. Yes. And they wrote that out because they couldn't have her taking anything from a man, taking anything from a woman. They couldn't have that.
That would have actually saved the show if you'd had him come in and be like Wanda doing, a magical slap, bringing her back, and she's like, and then she'd be like, "Oh my God, what have I done?" But she never had that. "Oh my God, what have I done?" moment.
Yeah,
she never felt that what she did was wrong. She's a lunatic, a narcissistic lunatic, with magical powers. She's one of the most dangerous things in the universe. They should have killed her.
Yeah.
They should have. It's basically, but the problem is, you look at what was the other one with the girl who was the terrorist, but she basically, it was because poor her.
That's the Captain America, or not Captain America, Winter Soldier and the Falcon.
Yeah,
the little freckled girl.
So she was a terrorist.
Yes,
and they didn't want to actually say how bad she was, so they let her away with it. And you're sitting there thinking, are these people nuts? They're effectively turning around and saying, anybody who's evil, we like, So you have to like
Well, no,
see
as
when
long
it's
as
bad and does things
justified.
evil. It's not their fault. It's everybody else's fault. So
No,
you have to actually take responsibility for somebody else's action, but they don't need to take responsibility for their own action.
Well, you can do anything you want as long as you feel justified, Peter. Don't you know that?
Not according to my wife.
Oh Lord,
Like
now you got, I'm all worked up. I'm having a moment. I may need a medic.
Medic.
So I actually there is something I have a bone to pick with the British people. I was watching that Sister Boniface again last night on BritBox. That's that companion show to Father Brown, the mystery show.
Oh, right. Not well.
It's
Sister Boniface. I've heard of it. I've not seen it.
I call it none on one, and then Mrs. of the Empire slaps me, and I'm like, yeah, Sister Boniface. So we're on episode 4 or 5 now. Last night was a complete checkbox episode, though. And I was amazed at how checkbox it was, because it was freaking insane as to how checkbox it was. So you know how you have to have a sexual orientation, a specific minority group, and a disabled person.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the other two, and that's fine. It's the disabled person, and I'm not ableist, so F off with that stuff. They had it was a band that was in the show, and the show takes place like in the 50s, 60s, that time period. So they were like an up and coming Beatles. So that's kind of who they were supposed to represent. Mrs. of the Empire didn't notice, but I noticed immediately. I'm a musician. I'm looking at everything they're doing because I always scrutinize that kind of thing. I'm like, that guitarist has one arm. One arm. And
even I know what's wrong with that.
I'm just saying he didn't have like some special attachment on his not arm. He had his strumming, or I'm sorry, he had his fingering arm, and then he had an elbow. And I'm not trying to be a jerk about this, but it was utterly and completely absurd. And they tried to play it off like it was never mentioned. It was never even, it was just kind of there. You're supposed to, and I think they expected the audience to just not notice that the guitarist had one arm. It's like a joke. It's like a bad joke. How many one-armed guitarists does it take to play guitar? You know, that kind of thing. It was ridiculous because it was just, I'm looking at it, I'm like, they don't want you to notice. They don't want you to notice that the dude is, and it's just like, it blew my mind. I'm like, that is a checkbox.
Red Dwarf did it better. The episode with just after the virus, the epidemic virus, basically it's in Craig Charles, Lister, and they've got a thing to try and move it around his body, and he says, "Whatever you do, don't take my right arm. My right arm's my favourite arm. I do everything."
Oh, that's right. No, you told, yes.
And they go, but the epidemia virus goes left, and basically he wakes up and he's got one arm, and he goes, what type of navigator can't he tell left from right? Because he's taking the right arm instead of the left arm. But the next episode, he's still sitting with the one arm, and Crichton's, he's basically stringing, and Crichton's strumming for him.
There you go. See, they acknowledged it. It was a humorous thing, but they at least acknowledged it. They didn't try to play it as a straight thing. Like it was just, oh, that's normal. That's perfectly, that's legit. And it took me out of the episode. I kept yelling the rest of the episode. And I want to say hi to Copa Catania, who's out in the chat tonight. He's a big giant brain author, script writer. And he's the one who I was quoting earlier when I was talking about the problem with Marvel writing. So yeah, I gave you props, Copa. I wasn't taking credit for that.
Hey, you weren't nicking it. You were actually saying.
It wasn't.
But it's crazy, right? There's a difference if the arms at the elbow. If it's down to the wrist, it could be a strumming attachment.
Something. But like I said, it was an impossible thing they were trying to play off because of checkbox diversity writing. And it's like, guys, you can have inserted any. I wonder how the guy felt playing the role.
They could have did it with the other arm.
or the singer, make him the effing singer or something. Where
even
it
if they
doesn't
did it with the
require
guitarist,
this.
if they did it with the guitarist and he's got half an arm, they could have actually had it more like the strum, the metal
But
strum.
you can't just throw that out there. Like I said, I wonder how the actor felt playing the role. I'm like, does he feel utterly ridiculous moving this thing? Because you can see it moving while it's off camera. And it was just weird. I don't know. It really bugged me, and I'm like, that's BBC.
I was going to say, yeah, at BBC, I take it.
Yeah, it is. That's full on. And I know that. I know it exists.
Well,
but you don't usually see it so blatantly stupid in its presentation.
The problem is you do, but you don't watch a lot of BBC.
I guess you're right. You're right. I don't watch tons of BBC stuff.
I haven't seen that, and I like the Father Brown ones. I've got the old Father Browns, and I've got the new one.
And we're watching both. I really enjoy
David Mark Williams.
And I've been liking The Nun on the Run, but this one was the first one to just like kick me out of the game, like boom, and I'm like, oh no, I'm flying out of the game. And then the one-armed guitarist is waving at me with his nub, and I'm like, ah.
You want a good British one? I don't know if it's on BritBox or anything like that. Jonathan Creek.
It could be. I don't know.
Marvelous.
There's so much stuff on BritBox, and it's like I have so little time. Like my Friday nights, if Matt the drummer's, we're supposed to be working on music this week. Remember how we've talked about this?
Yep.
So Matt the drummer's sister is in town. I'm now calling her Leslie Ono because she has just derailed the project. So we're gonna have to wait another week. And it's just like, man, dude. Tell your sister to stay home. She's like, oh my God, I can't tell her to stay home. She came in from Vegas.
Well,
anyway,
the BBC, though, unfortunately, the BBC is like that for everything. You watch anything. What's really, 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 really irritating is, a lot of this fuss about we're going out on YouTube, aren't we? So a certain wizarding game.
Yes.
Right. Well, but one of the things, what no one says,
Larry Port.
Yeah. The thing is that what I hadn't realised until someone mentioned it, and it's actually set 100 years before the films, right? So you've got a Victorian you've got a Victorian British English private school for wizards, where you've apparently got characters who are everything except and plus the occasional white one, to the point that Arch did a video the other day saying someone that actually make your characters more North European, because you couldn't actually make North European white characters in Victorian Britain. I mean, the BBC's like you watch anything you see. If you watch the BBC, you think that 25% of the population of this country have been Black African for the last 3,000 years. And they just put it in, and you just can't, this stuff, and they just put this stuff in, and you just can't get away from it.
It years ago with Horrible Histories. There was the kick up because they actually had an episode where I think almost 50% of the characters on screen were black, and it's meant to be Roman Britain.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, that's obviously how it was. I think you're just having some kind of. See, I don't, and I get it. I mean, for modern writing, I understand that you want to have the representation that actually exists in the geographical areas today. That makes sense. But when you're talking about historical programming, you need it to be what was there. If it's not historical.
Exactly.
It's fan fiction of history is what it is, and that's not. I don't want to watch that. That's why they did that. I
want to watch a history thing.
Yes.
But if I want to watch fantasy history, then there's plenty of fantasies out there that they can do anything with, and it doesn't bother me.
Well, not only that, but I mean, they do it even in fantasy, though. They do it in such a way that one of the comments I saw about Rings of Diversity was because of the way they have to have everything has to be diverse. to paraphrase the bad guy from The Incredibles, when everything is diverse, nothing is diverse.
Nothing is.
There is no difference if you got your if you got your world, if it's Earth or if it's another planet. Hey, we've got a Kenny trying to join. Hey,
try to join.
There you go.
Beaming in. Transport is almost complete.
Transport coming in. We almost have we almost have our normal level of female representation. We're getting it. We're getting it. You see,
I don't make noise when I open.
We have voice contact. Contact has been made.
Uh-oh. I think we're losing the signal. I think we're losing the signal. It's going to be Star Trek: The Motion Picture all over again.
No, I'm back. I just wanted to make sure that when I loaded up YouTube, you didn't hear me twice.
Right, but your image is gone. There's no icon.
There's actually nothing. There's not even there.
Oh.
But what I was
hold on, it might actually be my screen. Hold on.
Okay.
No,
There you go.
no,
I just put the screen that popped up.
But what I was saying was,
There we are.
You look at everywhere they go in the world is multicolored. Everywhere in your fantasy world, everywhere in Rings of Diversity, everywhere
but what I'm saying is
no. What I'm saying is, so what that means is, okay, so what's the dominant culture of this area? Well, I'm not sure, because everybody there looks exactly the same as everybody from halfway around the world, 90 degrees further south.
Yeah, the problem is there's no dominant culture anywhere. That's what they're trying to say.
Yeah, but they do it to that point. The thing is, they do it, but because they try to make everything diverse, everything becomes the same. So, you wherever you're from, everybody looks the same, no matter where they're from in the world, which means there is no difference. If you look at the real world, you can pretty much see, okay, so this culture in general is European. Okay, and this group of people, they're from equatorial regions of Africa, Central Africa. You can tell these things. It's great. It gives you something about the people. When everybody's a mix, it doesn't tell you anything. Yeah.
Now, in my many
travels, I want to see a diverse Braveheart. More than one ginger.
Excuse me for 5 minutes while I go and swear. You mentioned the film again.
It's a super historically accurate.
I love you, and I want him, are you? Yes, Mel Gibson, the great Scott.
Mel. 9 years old at the time.
But you went, yep, and you cut out. Then you basically come back in with 9 years old at the time.
Mel Gibson, that historical character who seduces someone who is actually historically about 9 years old at the time. Yeah,
but why? It's the same as any journalist nowadays. They're going back to the old times and saying things like, "Why not let the truth get in the way of a good story?"
Yeah.
Now they've just taken the word "good" out of it.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
But it's just
that's all part of the experience, the modern experience.
So, Kelly, I'm glad to see you didn't get caught up in the fall of Arcadia.
I did not.
I'm glad to see you.
How's Kelly?
Missiles, no nothing. No war doctors.
Yeah. Any you went to a Wild West themed.
There is a small city about 35 miles from where I live called Arcadia. And it's, for you Europeans, it's not old, but for us it's older. So it was founded in the 19th century. And they have rodeos there a couple of times a year, and tons of antique stores, and it's someplace I've driven through a bazillion times, never went to it.
It looked quite fun. It's got like very old timey shop fronts and
exactly. And I've seen pictures. I can share them later. But it was fun. We had a really good time, and then we came back, and then there's a chain of Italian ice places called Jeremiah's, and I had a s'mores. It was very good with chocolate Italian ice and swirl ice cream, and it was very yummy.
Oh my goodness, that does sound nice.
Well, Fat Tuesday is coming up, so we're building up our confections and beverages for the next couple of days.
What's coming up?
Fat Tuesday.
Oh, that's right. Well, that's
Lent starts next Wednesday for those of you who are Catholics and those of you who don't know about Catholicism. Ash Wednesday is the beginning of Lent, which is the long lead up to Easter.
I just didn't hear the Fat Tuesday part. Yes. So
it was just
we did what we did.
Regular Tuesday,
Well, that's one of the reasons we did what we did today, so that when Lent comes, we can be suitably abstinent.
Yes, I am giving up beer.
I'm only giving up one thing. I'm giving up.
I thought you were going to say you're giving up Marvel. So I'm not giving up drinking altogether. You're supposed to say I'm not giving up drinking, but that's funny. But I am giving up beer, which is my favorite of the beverages. So that's like an everyday thing.
For the essentials: water, whiskey, bourbon. But
yes, well, it's I'm going to the Dr. Strangelove version of keeping my precious bodily fluids pure. So
I'll start calling you Bender. Keep my energy burn.
So yeah. That sounds fun, Julie. I'm trying to think the last time I went to something like that. I think it was Silver City in Nevada. And it was an old mining town, hence the name. And they kept a lot of the fronts or redid the fronts. And you could actually do a trip through the mines. Not as dangerous as the mines of Moria. So it wasn't, terrible. And you get a nice hamburger at the end, which is delightful. And they have an old graveyard, which just dates back, to the days of the mining, and you're walking through and looking at all the names and when they died and everything. It was just fascinating. I really enjoyed that. So I dig that kind of stuff.
Well, we did that as well, but it's basically there's a place, it's just got the old mine and it's got a couple of the old buildings still there, the complex. You go in and you'd be sitting there thinking, my granny used to have that bit of furniture, or my granny used to have it's just remembering just walking in and see bits, because we've got New Lanark. It's an old old milling place, and it's been all done up. There's a hotel there and all that, but there's a lot of the houses have been kept, and you see like an alcove with a bed, and then a shelf that you pull out is another bed, and that is it. That is the bedroom in this square room, which is the living room and kitchen, and with the outside toilet, and they've still got things like that. So yeah, we did that, and they also went down another one. It was the mining museum. It had all the bits and pieces. Then you could go down and one of the cable cars down to the old mine. And that was fun.
That stuff is cool. Those little bits of history. In San Diego, we have Old Town, which was the original settlement in San Diego back in the day, and it's pretty interesting. Alasia, a troubled green who you've probably seen on other channels, she recently got married, and her new husband went down to New Zealand and went to Hobbiton. That whole place, it's now, the set is now a tourist site. I'm like, oh my God, if New Zealand wasn't such a crazy house, I think that'd be a lot of fun. I'd be worried I'd get trapped in New Zealand now because, the things, but they had fun and they're back. So it all went well for them.
Well, maybe when Frau Ardern leaves for good, things will get better.
Yeah, I think it was Theresa Martin in Tunisia and went to Tatooine when she was on holiday in Tunisia.
Did you say Tatooine?
See, that's the difference between the UK and the US. If we want to go and see reenactments. We go to a castle and they're all stoating about, like Colin, the thing that else are in armour and stuff like that. You go to yours and they're all stoating about with 6-shooters.
Well, we have our revolutionary stuff too, because on the East Coast,
Yes, I know.
Ticonderoga.
We also have, I've been to Fort Ticonderoga. We also have Civil War reenactments.
Yeah. There actually, believe it or not, there is reenactments, the same idea over here. They do. I've seen
Well,
a
not
few
quite.
of them.
We're a little bit younger.
Well,
Yeah.
we've actually got, there is in the UK, there is an English, British, American Civil War enactment, at least one, an American Civil War Enactment Society.
Really?
Yes.
It is quite popular over here, isn't it? Because someone else I knew quite a while ago was into that. Yeah, and it was over here.
A few multi-period shows.
Yes.
And
you've got Napoleonic
to the-
reenactors.
My church.
Well, you've got Roman reenactors. You've got Colin reenacting.
The best one I actually went to, I was one at it was actually, I think it was up slightly hung near me. I think it was on that long Stetling. And the oldest one you had there was a guy who had an animal skin lean over shelter, and he was flint knapping, and he was literally reenacting Stone Age. And then up to, I'm sorry guys, you're LARPers, you're not reenactors if you're Soviet reenactors, but World War II, Vietnam War reenactors. I would imagine there were probably Gulf War reenactors these days.
I don't know why you would want to do that.
No, but
I've seen a few reenactors. I've seen knights. I've seen the knights doing the joust and the fighting. I've seen Roman reenactors. I've seen Viking reenactors. The guys look as if they're actually nuts anyway, because they were showing us all the weapons, and so we were holding the axes and the shield to see the weight. And then the two of them go at each other with them. And you're sitting there thinking, I thought they put them down and brought out plastic or rubber ones so it didn't damage. But the two of them are actually going at each other with an axe and a shield. And I thought, those are the nuts ones, because all the reenactors, when they're in armour and stuff like that, they're hitting. But you can see they're obviously pulling the thing. Yep. But these two guys were a sword, an axe and a shield, and each other, when they finished and they come back, you see the big chips out the shield.
Yeah, well, I mean, our guys will be doing that tomorrow. The thing is, yes, depending upon the fighting style, most reenactors, and I'm making a difference here for a specific technical difference, if you like, pull their blow. They train to pull their blows, to aim, and also to signal your blows so that your opponent knows where the blow's coming in most of the time. Because it's for a display. It's not for it's for display. So it looks good to people.
Because we knew these two guys were doing a display. Literally and crash. You're sitting there thinking,
it does. I mean, if
that shield doesn't hold up, that's going to stay.
Yeah, I mean, if they go like that, exactly. I mean, it gets really good. Because the silly thing is that there's in one of the early on a Harrington novels, there's a duel scene, and they're fighting with what are effectively katanas. And it's quick because the entire sword fight, when the duel happens, is the heroine swings up, chops the guy's chest, turns back and chops his head off, and that's it. One blow, one move, and that's it. That's the whole fight. Because in reality, a fight will be over quite quickly, and it wouldn't. It's about fencing. Fencing, for example, doesn't make very good spectator sport, because unless you know what's going on, you don't understand it. So, for a proper fight, doesn't necessarily look that good for an audience, which is why you find reenactors and stay for any like, it's been done for an entertainment will be done exaggerating. It will be done like that. But you're right, Pete. Yeah, exactly. I mean, some
Yes,
breaks.
I used to fence when I was in college.
Right, yeah.
Yes, I used to fence when I was in college. And I won one match. The other 400 nods, I don't talk about.
The other 400 were practices.
They were just one more. Just one more. But yeah, I used to fence when I was in college.
Well, the thing, at the risk of
I fenced badly.
getting a wee bit technical, it's it can cause depending on what you're doing, it can cause problems because if you're doing if you move into from fencing, say into HEMA or martial arts or reenactment, it's a very different style, and you've literally got to retrain your brain because you're not point, stop the point. You just follow it through. You don't stop once you hit and score a point. You stop once the guy goes down.
The foils literally just, you see the foil bend.
Yeah.
Because so that's why they always they teach you when you're fencing is straight and then lunging rather than what you see people doing.
Yeah.
Well, that's the difference with lightsabers. Lightsabers, you don't have a lot of room to mess up.
No. Well,
I still need to get a lightsaber. That's one thing I don't have is a lightsaber, and after seeing Alex just do it, I want one. And I'm not talking one of the ones like that. You go, and it flips up. The plastic ones, remember, you used to get them?
Those nice ones. Yeah, I actually have a couple of those hanging on the wall from when Geeky the Empire was a kid.
When they're actually down hanging, but see, since you go, boom, and it just goes, and telescopes out, and then you see the kids think they look great and do that until they go, boom, and the end pops in, and then suddenly collapses.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely need to get one. I don't know if I'll be able to get a light up one at the price.
It's hard adding things, not of an action figure nature out here. I do have other stuff out here, but it's just like trying to find more space for other types of items. That's a whole different critter as far as collecting goes. Because you do see things that are cool. But then, like a phaser, for instance, like Star Trek stuff, you have those phasers, and I think I sent you a picture of that Enterprise a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
I'm like, man, I would have really loved to have something like this, but I'm like, but then logic kicks in. It's like, bro, where are you going to put it? I could hang it from the overhead. There's God knows there's.
No, I would be able to do it. Basically, I would just a couple of screws in and fish wire hanging.
I used to do that.
If I spend that type of money on it, you might find me hanging from the fish wire. So.
I used to do that with Airfix models of planes and
see, I find I'm lucky because if you look, take my camera off up there. There's a wee teeny space there. I could probably fit something in there.
Now let's see. Let me see if I can do this and not screw anything up or how badly I screw it up. So I've got these rafters above me that I can use. It's the overhead of the Empire. It's not pretty up there.
That looks slightly dangerous as well.
That's all part of the experience of being out here. There's always a little danger in every broadcast.
Before he comes out, he sits like that, just in case his wife's out and he right? Ready for you. You're not going online.
So, but I could hang models from the beams or something. I remember I still have that box in the overhead that I have yet to get down. We've talked about this, I think, for the last 3 weeks now. It's still up there. I have a different box that I've got for this week's pick of the week, though. So it's also old. And it's funny. I'll tell the story when we get to pick of the week because it's funny for other people, less so for me. I did want to. There's two things I wanted to bring up. One of them is funny. One of is funny, not really funny. But we were talking about the McFarlane figures earlier. They're also releasing the Chris Nolan Dark Knight Saga action figures. Those are all coming out now as well. Yeah. For those of you who collect such things.
My camera.
I just realized that there has been a remake of Magnum PI on for the last 5 years.
What?
I didn't know it existed.
Heard of it?
I'm glad I
Mrs. of
didn't
the
know it
Empire
existed.
had mentioned it. I thought she was talking about something that they were coming out with. I'm like, man, that's going to be freaking terrible. Why are they doing that? It's been out. It's been out for 5 years. I had no idea it existed.
No, me neither.
So it must be quite popular then.
Well, Higgins is a girl. She's XMI5. You'll be happy to know because you couldn't just have Higgins.
It should be, if it was going to be female, it should be an older woman who's X, and it's basically Higgins was more mature.
No, it's a chick. It's a hot chick, but it's a chick. And instead of Vietnam, they're all veterans of the Afghan campaign. You TC Rick and Thomas Magnum. The helicopter looks the same, so at least there's that.
I understand that part of it.
But so that exists. I did not know that. And Retro Doc, Higgins and Magnum apparently have just hooked up.
Oh dear God!
Shocking. I'm glad original Magnum and Higgins didn't hook up. The lads
does Magnum still have a porn
it.
star tash? This is the question.
No, he doesn't have a mustache at all.
Higgins has.
I've got a feeling, if you've been watching this, Gary, you can confirm this with me. I've got a feeling that they actually linked it in with the remake of Hawaii 5-0.
Oh,
I'm not sure, but I've got something in the back of my mind because I'm pretty sure. I know the original one, they had a sort of a semi. The original, the Tom Selleck Magnum, they had an original. But I remember I did see a couple of the early the early episodes of the remake of Hawaii 5-0.
Yes, I remember MacGyver. I watched the new.
There was an updated MacGyver. I didn't know that either. This is good.
It was mediocre. It wasn't bad. It wasn't good. It was just
it shouldn't exist. It just shouldn't exist.
Uh-huh. But
None of these should exist.
The Magnum, the new Magnum, it's not Magnum. It's got the tash. It's Higgins. She's got the tash.
Now that I would believe.
No, Higgins is actually a girl.
I still stand by my statement.
Okay, I accept it. I accept it. In the spirit of inclusion and diversity, I accept your mustache female Higgins.
Right? Do you know what
I don't like it, but I accept it.
Yeah. What was your other? You were saying.
Oh no, that was the bad thing. The good thing was the Chris Nolan line.
Well, that's okay. See, as I said, I was in, and there was a load of McFarlane stuff, and I'm going.
Oh
and
God!
I bought a couple. Let's say a couple or four.
A couple.
Or four.
They've recently. It looks like they've kind of released a lot of the older figures back out into the wild as well. Mm-hmm. Which is great. I mean, I already have a lot of them, but I'm seeing them in the store. I'm like, that one was like incredibly hard to find. And I paid a lot more than that because I bought it after release. And now it's like 2 years later and it's like in the wild again. I'm like, that's amazing. But whatever, it's fine.
I'll just show you this.
5 seasons, huh? Retro Doc? Wow. 5
I had
seasons
heard about the MacGyver one, and I also had heard it was, it just wasn't like any sort of.
Oh my God, PJ.
Oh my God.
Is that an Encanto bag?
That's not the stuff that I'm actually I'm going to actually be showing. That's the stuff that I'm keeping for the next 8 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah, as I said, I bought a wee bit. But what we'll do is we'll go and do the
pick of the week.
Every time I hear that, I hate it.
It's a thing now, though.
I can't think of actually redoing it, but
it's a thing. I like it.
So, anybody got anything fun or something they dug out?
We got something, but whenever.
Go ahead.
Who, me?
Please.
PJ?
Yeah.
Let you go first.
Okay. I'm going to go back a little bit because I put this in our Twitter group chat a couple of weeks ago, but I haven't had a chance to show him off yet. And he's just too beautiful not to show off. Speaking of McFarland, and that is...
Yes, I saw that.
Hello.
That was after we were talking
Take
all
it
about
easy there,
Yes.
Jim.
The main
He's had a
man.
few.
We were talking all about him as well.
I have got him outside the the box thing, so he's not as steady in there. I've had him laying flat because I haven't put him up yet, but he's just the coolest. He's just the coolest, and I've wanted a Lobo figure forever, ever since I found the comics back in the 90s. But he was on his stand, but I'll just pick him up here. But I mean, look at the detail.
Yeah, that's great.
Wow.
He's just amazing.
Yeah, that belt buckle is cool.
Yeah. I mean, he's so accurate, and I mean what I'm so impressed with is the jointing on these. I mean, the ankles, the knees, everything, even the toes bend. You know,
It looks heavy. When you could probably kill.
He is actually. Yeah, he is actually fairly heavy, and of course he's got his signature
nice
fanboy on the back.
Bite me.
Great.
Yeah, he's one of my Julie. He's one of my favorite comic book heroes. He was a bounty hunter with a very dark sense of humor, shall we say? But he is just the coolest. Figure. He is the coolest. Amazing. I'm just so chuffed with him.
Yeah, that's great.
We did get one other thing that is from Darren's birthday, which was Thursday.
Darren.
Yeah. So we wanted to sort of get we wanted to sort of get a little something, but we managed to find this at last.
That's the one I've got. It is a cool set.
Yeah.
That's the exact one as I've got.
Sort of like pooled our, I had, I think I had birthday money left over. I had, Darren had some birthday money as well. So we went into HMV and we were like scanning up and down the rows and we were looking and looking and looking. And then all of a sudden, it's like, that moment where it's like Darren saw it on the shelf and it was just like the Holy Grail moment. It started to glow like the Holy Grail. Staring at like, right, that might be it. And then we were sort of, Darren was kind of like, shouldn't I? And then, after about 10 minutes of, berating himself, should he get it? I basically picked it up and I went to the register with it. I was like, yeah, we're getting it. So yeah, those were the two big things. And then I also got a new Goonies t-shirt.
Oh, super.
Excellent.
Which I love.
I love that.
Goonies never say die. So
never say die.
And I cannot resist a Goonies t-shirt. I was like, yeah, it's black. And that's like right up my street. So I was like, yeah, we got to have that.
Super duper.
Well, that's it.
Excellent. That's absolutely cool.
Nice stuff.
Yes.
Nice grabs.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was really good to get that.
Who's next? Are you next, Robin?
I'll go next. Does anybody else have anything? I mean, I know you have stuff, PJ. But that's the long version.
That's a given.
If I can get it to work, I do.
Wait, what?
If I can get this to
work, no, this is a rarity. I'm amazed. What the hell's that, PJ? What happened?
My mouse sits off and my mouse goes weak to the side. The next button. The next button only basically gives you and whatever picture is put up.
I'm just going to say,
so what I'll need to do is do that.
Get that to decent size.
And then add it back in.
There we go.
That's...
Hello.
Oh my God. Who did that?
I went back
Oh,
700
That is
years in
adorable.
time and got turned into a cartoon.
That's
Well, boy,
great.
that's
Who made
great.
that? That is fantastic
That is
work.
one of the ladies at our reenactment. Fortnight ago tomorrow was her birthday, so we were celebrating her birthday at the feet banquet last week, and she made these. She does knitting, obviously. She made these for everyone that she
Oh,
had
wow.
photos
Wow.
of.
That's a lot of work. That is
It
amazing.
is, yeah. Believe it or not, that's actually
Yeah.
supposed to be my
Cool.
moustache. That's not no, that's supposed to be my beard and moustache there. She said you got
Yes,
the
I
colours,
see.
but yeah. But
She's done a wonderful job. Yeah, that's
but if you
so
compare-
personal too. It's really cool.
It is. But you can, and because you compare that to my actual avatar, purely by coincidence, my avatar is almost exactly the right color. In fact, if I reverse the avatar, it's exactly the right colours. It's green and white.
Wow. So so
Which
that is just really thoughtful. What a great
Darren's,
what a
yours
great
to
gift.
Darren's area of the world, because the colours are actually the green and white is actually the Lantristan Archers of Lantristan
Oh, really?
in South Wales.
Oh,
Purely by
cool.
coincidence, I actually bought the tunic because it was close to one of the colours I liked. Long before I joined my current group, and then years later, I found that it is the same. If you actually ever go to Lantristan, in the town hall there is actually a life-size mannequin of an archer, and he's got those colours. Those colours were his different hood, but he's got those colours on. But yeah, that was actually me beating I've actually managed to get a
That's
decent
brilliant.
photograph of it as well. But
That is really cool. Yeah, I'm so envious of people that have such a great talent to just do that, especially to do them for everybody. That's really cool.
Yeah. Well, the really funny thing was a few weeks ago now at practice, Bear was doing this, and we've got our second youngest, because our youngest is about 6 months old. Our second youngest member, is 4.5, and the lady that showed her was doing this was telling her how to knit, and it's great. Fantastic way doing which, if anybody actually knits and understands this, it was stab, strangle, throw them off a cliff.
Okay, I could work with that.
How you do it? Slab, strangle, throw off cost battlements.
Yeah, I don't know if you're talking about knitting or else what you do at reenactments.
Same diff.
Yeah.
But that is cool. That is really cool.
That is really awesome.
I mean, she laid them out because we went there Saturday afternoon, evening. We went there, and we went there. I went down there Friday. We started doing the setting up Friday, and someone setting up, and Saturday doing the setting up. And when we got everything placed, much laid out, and all the rest of it, she'd gone around and actually, someone had gone and actually done these, and put these at each where she had them people at each of our bases.
Ah.
So,
That's fantastic.
It is, yeah. So I said, what we're going to try to do, I'm going to try and see if I can get everybody to bring them at one point. And when everybody's got them, and actually take a photo of all of them together as a group photo.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That would be really cool. Yeah, that would definitely need to be done.
Well, okay, we need to.
That is absolutely cool. I must admit, having somebody actually do that for you, making your own avatar, superb.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But really nice, definitely. Right, we'll bounce Roman back to the big.
All right. So I got just a few things that I want to. Oh dear. Well, some of them are not in good a shape anymore. That's too bad, but it's fine. In my son Jake of the Empire's closet, there has been my long comic book box, and it has probably been sitting in there for maybe 14 or 15 years. The last time that anybody got into it was when Jake raided it while I was at work one day. I remember getting home and Mrs. of the Empire said, "Please don't kill him." And I'm like, "What did he do?"
Oh no.
And he actually caused quite a bit of damage. He was young. He was maybe 7 or 8 at the time, but he caused hundreds, we'll say hundreds. I'll keep it low. Dollars worth of damage to the books. So, but in the box, like I said, it's been in the closet ever since I sealed it up. But I found some artifacts from a bygone era. Star Trek turns 30.
Oh, I used to collect
These
the
are-
TV guides.
These are
I
TV
used to have some of
guides,
these.
kids, in case you're curious as to what they are.
Wow.
Star Trek's newest frontier.
Fantastic.
Long Island Lolita. Is that what that said?
What
I
was
saw
that?
Bill Bixby on there as well.
I thought I saw it.
Bill Bixby. Oh, this is when he was still alive. So Bill Bixby fights for his life.
Long Island Lolita. I remember her. Charles and Di. Oh, good God.
That
Oh
old.
my goodness.
Um,
Wow. Yeah,
when
I think
Star
I have
Trek
that
worlds
one.
collide.
They're in really
Yep.
good condition.
These have their covers. Not all of them do. They're in the box. The Worf Factor, when they brought Worf onto DS9, which vastly improved the program.
Mhm.
Something from Batman Returns. That's I don't care about. And then this one's not in as good a shape, but it's Star Trek Voyager. So when those series came out. So those were the kind of wonky things, but there were actually cool things in here as well that I wanted to show you.
I was so bummed with Star Trek Voyager. I loved her with her sort of Katharine Hepburn do, that she had when she started out, and then they gave her the Karen haircut, and I was just like, no.
Oh yeah, they gave it to her.
That really annoyed me.
Hang on, I'm trying to get to the end of this pile so I can bring them out. Is that it? That's it. Everybody's like, what the hell is he doing down there? So these were some interesting books from back in the day, and I'm not going to go through them. I'll just show you like cover stuff. So it was Batman and Spawn. And they've put out a new Batman and Spawn book, but this is the first. This was $4.95. I don't know if there's a year on this thing. It was 94. This is from 1994.
And it was $4.95 back then.
$4.95 back then. So then there were the series called The Cult, and this was very much in the style of my favorite book. And there were 4 books in that series, but they're all the gloss with the prestige paper and stuff. Then I found my original copy of The Killing Joke.
The Killing Joke. Wow.
Oh, nice.
And that was $3.50.
Spectacular.
$3.50, kids.
$3.50.
Wow. $3.50.
A really cool book.
Goddamn Loch Ness Monster.
Red Rain, Batman and Dracula. This was in the Elseworlds line back in the day.
Holy cow!
That was $10. So
it was Batman versus Batman.
No. And this was the follow-up, Batman Bloodstorm. He's full on vampire through that entire book, and it's just really fantastic. And then we get other Elseworlds books, Batman Holy Terror, and this is set. I think this is kind of like the Thomas Aquinas period of England. And then we have Gotham by Gaslight. This is the Jack the Ripper story with Batman. That sounds they made an animated feature out of it. Don't watch it. It's not very good, but the comic book is fantastic. I have this one. This is Batman Master of the Future, but again, it's a story of the past, with balloons and all kinds of crazy stuff. Not worth showing. This one's in rougher shape, but this is Batman in Darkest Night. So he has the Green Lantern powers in this book.
That's a cool cover. I like that cover.
The idea of doing a crossover like that, I can understand why they would.
I love the Elseworld stuff was just so cool. This is Batman speeding bullets. So in this, Clark becomes the Batman, Kal-El, instead of Bruce Wayne. World's finest. Yeah, that's. And then I had just a couple more. If
those World's Finest. Oh, sorry.
Oh no. World's Finest. So these are. This is different though. It's called Legends of the World's Finest. This is an Elseworlds version of World's Finest as well.
I think
I haven't read this one in a long time, so I couldn't tell you what it's about.
No, I think I was getting that conflated with the Brave and the Bold, because someone mentioned Brave and the Bold the other day, and I would say I thought the Brave and the Bold was Batman and Superman, but that's World's Finest, wasn't it? World's Finest was Batman and Superman.
Aye,
So-
Brave and the Bold was just old Batman and young Batman.
All right.
Okay, I'm not gonna, but I just want to get a couple of these out so you can see. So these are the original editions of Batman versus Predator.
That always makes a book better.
Predator always makes a book better,
Oh,
but
that's
it's just that
cool.
these were such a cool series of books, and I'm happy they survived my son
Anything with
destroying
Predator in it.
the closet.
Oh, that's painful.
He did destroy.
man.
He did destroy my leather-bound edition of The Dark Knight Returns, though, and I have yet to forgive him for that.
Oh, ouch.
And here we have another cool crossover: Superman versus Aliens.
That's trippy. Yeah, that's a cool
Yeah,
cover.
I would
as
like.
well.
That looks actually a cool idea.
And these books were, I don't, and some of them, unfortunately, my son, who I haven't forgiven yet, I no longer have the complete sets of where I used to.
Oh,
And then I just got a whole bunch of Aliens comic
Yeah.
books. There are several
Wow.
different runs of Aliens. This was back in during the Dark Horse era, and Dark Horse had just an amazing run with that comic book. Unfortunately, Marvel has acquired the rights to those books.
really?
And, yeah. So I'm sure they're going to do all kinds of terrible and stupid things. But that's I just wanted to share those with you guys. Like I said, a little bit of archaeological digging this week in the studio of the Empire. It's pretty cool stuff.
Very
That's
cool.
awesome.
Uh-huh.
That's really
One
awesome.
of these days, I'm going to look in my long box. I've got a rough idea what's in it, but I've not opened it for about 6 years. So,
Yeah, I mean, you don't look at, like I said, it's probably been 15 years since I've opened that box. And I made a mistake of doing that. When did I have a show? Thursday? Was it my show? It was Thursday.
you had the comics one on Thursday, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, so that's what made me think about getting the box down. And then I got into the box. And then, of course, nothing's in order anymore. So the whole floor of the studio of the Empire had comics in different piles for trying to sort them out by character, by specific title for character, and then there was just a nightmare. Yes, Retro Doc. And that was a great start to it. And they had a really nice run. The Elseworld comics were fantastic. And they have done some of them as animated features, like I said, but not all of them. The Killing Joke was not a good adaptation, although Killing Joke is, I think they actually classify that as Elseworlds. I know Kingdom Come is definitely, no, actually, I lied. Killing Joke isn't. That's in canon because Barbara Gordon gets shot. But Kingdom Come is an Elseworlds comic. I think that one, it's a future-based comic. That's still one of my favorites. I haven't gotten to talk about that on the show. Anyway, I'm prattling on now. PJ, bring up all your 950,000 items.
I do that. I'll not have any for the rest of the 2 months. Literally, I have got 8 piles. That I put the box all back in the box, but I've already split them up into 8 piles. Well, that's how. To
partially quote Chief Rhodey, you're going to need a bigger room.
Yes, and the thing is, I've got a Comic-Con in 2 weeks, so I might actually bring one more thing out because I'll have a Comic-Con stuff to be added into all that pile. So I might actually bring out one of the things from that pile. But I'll start here. And I'll start with my DVDs because I've only got a couple because I've split them up as well. So I picked up a Disney one, an old Disney one, Anastasia.
That was a good one. I liked Anastasia.
I thought it was
I've never
actually
seen
not
that.
a bad
That's a little after my time with Disney. I didn't get to see that.
Yeah. And I picked up one Blu-ray, which is no one of my favourites, I must admit, but I got it for 20p, so I picked it up. Grown Ups.
Never heard of it.
I got nothing here.
It's basically Adam Sandler. It's basically
it's Adam Sandler.
Kevin James, Chris Rock, David Spade, and
all the alums.
Wow, that's a whole slew of people we know.
Yeah, Rod Snyder. So I won't need
all the old
boat
Saturday Night Live alums from the sound of it.
And I picked this up today, and I only picked it up because I wasn't going to, but I couldn't resist it.
Oh wow.
Oh, excellent.
Right.
Very nice.
I normally take the engine off because of that. However, it's got the horrible thing. But
Yeah.
the good thing is, if I turn it outside in, it's got the classic.
Ah.
Right. So
Oh, very good.
So it's got the classic. So I'm going to do that while we're on stream, but I'll do it later on. They actually never took the protection bit off. Honest, I didn't nick it. So that was my DVDs. I bought that today. That was a full price. But although I hate the covers for them, they have got them in the inside. I can rotate it, so it'll match everything.
I think the rabbi used to actually do his own DVD covers for those things as well.
Yeah, but what they do is, I picked up another wee thing. Egon.
Oh, hell yeah!
Oh, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. That is so cute.
Yeah,
that is awesome.
God.
It looks quite good. And it's got basically a trap, so it has. So
very cool.
The box and sit on my shelf. So
the light is green. The trap is clean.
Yeah,
so that's awesome.
I picked that up. I was in the shop and I thought, oh, never seen that before. And I hunted. They had about 5 boxes, and they were all of Egon. Bummer. And I got a gift. Friend brought this over.
Ooh.
And I thought, I've already got that. Bummer. And I realised I've got a similar one.
Oh, nice.
What is it? Is it DVDs or? Oh, it's the teapots.
Oh,
wow.
Very cool.
So it's the teapot. I've got another one up there, and it's not the classic look. The last time I bought that one, it came in the box like that, and I thought it was that because I got the plate and I got the tray like that, and I thought I got the cup, the teapot, and it turns out the coffee pot was the wrong one, and it was. So this one looks far superior to the one I've got up there.
Excellent,
wonderful, nice one.
So
nice
very
one.
happy
really,
when they actually came
really
up.
Nice.
I thought, I think I'm going to have a coffee now.
Matching mugs.
Yep.
No, I've got about 4 doctor. Well, actually, I've got 1.
2 hands, please. I'm watching you like a hawk with that.
It's okay. I've got it hooked around my fingers around that bit, and I've got. But I've got 4 cups there, and I think I've got about another 3, and I've got 2 or 3 in work, all Doctor Who. So none of them look exactly like this. However, this one
very nice.
Did it come with a cozy?
It doesn't. But then again, I'm cozy.
Aww.
So that was a nice wee gift, wasn't it? It was a superb one.
I didn't recognize the box, and that's why I was like, is it DVDs? What is it? But I don't have
That's the one I've got. I'll show you what I've got. If I can actually stand up and get it, falling all over the place.
I'm just laughing about what Retro Jock put in the chat.
That's the one I've got.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, yes, I have seen that one.
Right, cool. So that's the one I thought it was that one when I picked this up, and I got it, and I realised when I went back they'd only had this one, so I kept it rather than getting a refund. But see, when I saw that one, yes.
We never have too many.
You can never have too many. Right, so I'll pick out one. So I'm going to turn my camera off. Chat away to yourselves.
Talk amongst yourselves.
So when you guys get something like that, like the teapot, or do you guys use those things, or does it become a shelf? Shelf item?
I don't think I would. I think if I had 2, I would use one. If I use teapots, I don't tend to use teapots very often. It's a lovely thing, but practically speaking, and also we have cats, so that's that. That would never see the light of day. That would be behind sort of a glass case.
Got it.
Because that would not last 24 hours. But yeah, it's funny because I do like teapots. I love the look of them, but I don't know if I would use one. I don't know about you, Julie.
I have a TARDIS and Dalek salt and pepper set, and it's for display only. I do not use it.
Yeah, I've got a mug. And of course I have my vintage Star Trek 6 mug that I actually that's the one you see me drinking out of every time I'm on a show.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the unfortunate. I've got that many. I sort of have ones that I use and ones that I store. Like, for instance, up there's my TARDIS mug, which doesn't get used because I've got a circular one. That's the square one.
That's
I tried using it, and then basically it tipped all over me. So I decided.
You'd basically be wearing it, yeah.
And then
that's just too cool to use anyway.
Those are great.
Yeah, we've got those. Yeah, we've got those.
I do use them occasionally, but I'm using my because I've also got where is it? I've got my Spider-Man ones as well. I've got one at Spider-Man, one at Venom.
Venom. Oh, you had me at Venom. I love Venom.
I just can't remember where I put them. Has anybody seen my cave, man cave? I can't find it. I literally cannot find it. I can't remember where I put it. It could be because I've put it aside because I'm using it again, or I've taken them out the box and I can't remember where I put them. Spidey. There they are. They're there. Salt and pepper.
Oh yes, Darren said we have a TARDIS biscuit jar. Yeah.
Guess what one's the pepper?
That's cool. Yeah, Darren just reminded me we have we have a beautiful TARDIS biscuit jar, the ceramic one, and that actually lives pushed back on the counter, bridged with other things around it.
I want to actually open everything I've got in that box. I want to actually open the best two. It's either a best two or else 3 others. Choose. This is not the result you're looking for.
He is certain that there is
what
a
do
treat
you think? That one or that one or that one? What? 3? That
I
one?
need to go back at the screen.
You want the big one? You want the big one? I've seen the big one. So I'll put these other ones away. There's just so many. I'll get the 2 big ones. I'll get the 2 McFarlane
She's like,
ones.
never mind that. Just get me some treats, Dad.
Right, I'm going to bring out the McFarlane ones.
Oh, do you know what, Roman? We were in town for Darren's birthday on Thursday, and we went into the TV and movie store, and they basically have a McCready figure.
Oh, is it a different one?
It's not as nice as the one you have. From what I remember of when you were showing it, it doesn't look like the same figure to me. But I didn't actually pick it up because it was like we were kind of looking in the side of the shop, and it basically like almost broke my finger because I pointed at the glass. So I was like, "It's McCready." It's like, "Ow!" Glass was a little bit too clean, but I was just so psyched to see that. But
McFarlane ones.
We can't. I got my Lobo one, so it's going to be a while till I get another one. Who's that?
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
That's
nice.
Really good.
I haven't seen that yet, but that just looks like a beautiful figure.
I haven't seen it, but the figures I got, they had about 6. This one and the other one. The other one, my wife sort of looked at me as if to say, but wait to see it. I got that one. And because I got that one, which was fairly inexpensive, it's £15.
Yeah, they're really reasonable. They are reasonable. Fair play.
Right, I picked that one up, and then I picked up the bigger box.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Oh, he has a steed.
He's got a steed.
Great, dude.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
They fit together. Right, this one he's got the horse has got the sword, And
I was going to say, it's got a sword
he's
thing.
also
with
got
it.
the sword as well. So
Wow. That is
those
so
two
cool.
together will look like that.
Yeah, that's
That is
going to be
stunning.
fantastic.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do an
Nick
unboxing
Farland is a
of
great
both
horse.
of these. But look at the detail on the horse.
Yeah.
Can't really see
Yeah,
too much through the camera, but like.
Julie, do you remember Briar horses?
No.
They are horse statues. They're made of like a really strong plastic polymer.
We used to have them for Action Man. They were actually slightly too small for Action Man.
Yeah.
We used to get the plastic horse.
Briar horses are like
get them for Barbie, but we used to use them for Action Man.
Yeah. Well, Natch.
It was Action Man's pony. But
that horse reminds me of a little bit of one of the Briar horses that I have, which is a slightly smaller one than the normal Briar horses, because they were usually a little bit bigger. But they were anatomically just so beautifully done. Every muscle, every sinew.
I thought she was going to say
gorgeous.
anatomically correct.
Yeah, well, you know.
Oh my.
But yeah, they are so beautiful, and those managed to survive being in a storage unit for years and made it over here. So I'm really psyched about that.
These two, that's my favorite.
I totally agree. Yeah, the horse is stunning.
I'm going to unbox and set these two up. So I'm going to do that.
Yeah, we need to see that when you do that.
But all in all, those two together came to £32. That was 17.
Not bad. That is not bad.
That's not bad at all.
So I was really happy with these. Some of the other stuff cost a wee bit extra, as you can imagine. They two, because believe it or not, I got one in B&M and one in XS. XS is a shop that, believe it or not, gets all the excess stock from a lot of other shops that don't sell. And I walked in and it had The Witcher. And I thought, he's fairly inexpensive, I'll pick him up. And then I went into B&M and they had the horse. And I thought, I'm having that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking forward.
I would have just got the horse for the horse.
And I'll watch The Witcher. Watch The Witcher, Witch Watcher, one of the two, to see how it actually looks, because I've heard so many good things about the first two seasons. I don't know anything about the game or anything, so
same.
It'd be like somebody watching maybe Last of Us and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Well, I need to actually talk about and blow my brains out at the end of the first season. I'll eat myself into a coma. But either way, I'm looking forward to it.
Hey, Jacob.
So,
hey,
that's it.
Oh, that was good stuff, man.
And
PJ always he ends up. Sometimes it's 950 movies. This week it was a myriad of delightful things, and there are more. I mean, Mrs. Maybe sees you coming in with the bags. You're like half. She's like, PJ, and you're like,
Mrs. Maybe calls me a secret shopper, and I'm walking in my bag saying, what's so secret about me walking? I'm not a secret shopper. I don't
more like a guerrilla shopper.
I don't get it delivered to my work and then put it in my bag and come in from work. But I get it delivered to the house when I know she's going to be there to pick it up. I come in with bags when she's there. How's that a secret shopper?
You're supposed to be going out for carrots.
Alex was only going for. I was only going for paint.
We've all done it.
I was going for paint. I was going for paint and soil, topsoil, and I came back with the paint.
Paint or topsoil. No,
I came back with the paint. I remembered the paint. I forgot the topsoil. I walked right past it.
Oh no!
I saw it and I thought, it's at the till. I'll get it in my way out because I had a load of stuff. I thought, once I get to the end, I'll just pick that up and add it in. And then I walk straight past and put the stuff on it. Yay! But yeah, it's the second time I went in. I walked in, I thought, I'll not get a lot, so no basket, no trolley. And I got round and I went, oh, I need to go back for a basket. And the guy handed me the basket. He says, you sure you don't need a trolley? And I thought, maybe. So I took the basket and put all the stuff in the basket, and I couldn't pull the handle, so I had to lift it up, and it was still piled high above the basket.
Get the damn trolley.
So basically, I told you I didn't need a basket. A trolley.
Oh my god!
Yes, I did get one or two. Some bits. There's one thing I wanted. I got one thing, and I wanted another. I wanted the partner to it, and they didn't have the partner. But I bought it in case later they get the partner comes in. And then I saw another thing. I thought I want the partner to it, and it didn't have the partner. And I thought, so that's two I got, and they didn't have the partner to them.
And sometimes, I mean, when you're trying to buy like a McFarlane line of figures, and you can get two of them, it's not the same, or you only want two of them actually, and that makes it sometimes. And I've done that though, where I didn't feel like getting. It's like the Build-A-Figure lines, where I really want two of them. The other two I just don't care about, so I don't end up being able to get the Build-A-Figure because I don't want to spend another $50 or whatever on a.
Yeah, that's the same there, right? I've got the Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, Superman, and the Flash. I wanted all four of them. There is Cyborg, Aquaman, and Batman. Don't care, and I want, even though it's Batman, I still want it because it's and it would go perfect with that. And the Batman is the only one I can't get. I can see those ones occasionally. I can see plenty of Cyborg and Aquaman. Cannot find a Batman for love nor money.
Send me DM me the what you're looking for. Let me see if I can find it over here.
It's just it's a 3D. It's like a 3D plastic jigsaw, and it just builds into the figures. They do them. It's one of the stores over here. It does the range. It will pop up in eBay or somewhere down the line. I know that.
Okay.
It's just that one figure, the Batman one, and I know it's going to be expensive. They're only about £5 each. They're not inexpensive.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
it's just bits of plastic you put together, and they've good detail to them. But Batman can't get love nor money, which is gutting. But it's fun.
Yeah, I've got a series of things coming in March that I ordered last year that are going to be rolling in starting on, I don't know, it's March 1st, but it's early March. These things are going to start showing up. So I'm pretty excited about that. And then every time a box shows up, I'm going to get the look. The problem is they release them in blocks. So 3 of them are going to show up on a day. And it's going to be like, when did you order these? What are you doing? And why can't we eat any food? I'm like, I ordered them last year, sweetheart. Last year. But you know, it's all part of the experience of collecting. It's a lonely business. No one understands you. Your spouse thinks you're largely insane. And you know, it's hard to argue. It's hard to argue.
See, if it wasn't for the voices in my head agreeing with me, I think I would be all alone.
And on that note, folks, I am going to have to roll out here because I got to start the meal for the day, making barbacoa, which is just for those of you who don't know, it's just a shredded Mexican beef is what it does.
Sounds delicious.
Takes a minute. I got 3 pounds of beef I got to fight with.
So what have you got coming up?
On Monday morning, for sure, I'll be dropping my review of episode 6 of The Last of Us. On Monday evening, I may be, depending on if they're doing it, be going on Flaccid Phoenix because they've been doing a review of the show. They didn't do it last week, though, and they screwed me up, so it doesn't matter. I may be on this week if they're going to be doing it. And then Thursday of the next week, I've lost the ability to speak, folks. I'm getting old. It's not easy. Next Thursday, we're going to be looking at a John Carpenter filmography. So that's going to be another one of the big shows where we're looking at multiple films, not doing deep dives, but just discussing The, you know,
For a second there, I thought you were talking about I thought you were talking about John Carter of Mars. You mean the director?
No, not John Carpenter of Mars, something people actually liked. So,
hey,
and
I
but
like
not all
John
the
Carter
features-
of Mars.
You are the one. You are the one.
I am
There
the one.
always has to be a fan, and you are that fan.
You fight with a bow, so you're an abnormality.
Yes.
Wait, am I the abnormality? Is Colin the abnormality? Okay, that's what I assumed, but I didn't.
Unless you fight with a bow as well. Then
Excuse me, I'm English. Of course, I use a longbow.
I'm Scottish and I don't use a claymore.
Well, that's your
I'm
problem.
American. We use whatever comes handy. So
Damn right.
So Thursday is the big show, 5 Pacific Standard, and that's going to be, like I said, we're going to be looking at the John Carpenter movies you love, the ones you don't like, and the ones we're just going to talk about for that long because they're really that bad. But it's still going to be a really fun night. I have a really good panel again this week, and I've been blessed to have a lot of good, knowledgeable people for these shows. So it's been a lot of fun. So that's what's coming up this week.
Excellent.
So thank you again for having me, guys.
I'll probably don't.
Thanks, Roman.
I'll make it in the middle of the night again.
Take care.
And I don't blame you. Frankly, I was really amazed. Oh, I do. Just a future note. The weekend of it's March 3rd and 4th, I think. The Friday and Saturday, whichever dates those are.
Yeah, the 4th is a Saturday. 4th is
so the 3rd and 4th. I will not be around for those 2 days. Mrs. of the Empire and I are taking a very mini vacation. So,
Nice. Oh, lovely.
So it'll be fun. You know, hopefully she doesn't, drown me in the pool. No one knows. No one knows. So anyway, so I won't be around that weekend, but I will be here next weekend.
I believe it's probably Happy President's Day on Monday, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, that's the bank holiday then. It's President. Yeah, I've completely
President's Day is
everything.
Monday.
Happy President's Day to Roman.
Walk into walls and stuff like that. Is that not what your president does at the moment?
Yeah, I liked it better when they were separate. When it was Lincoln's birthday and Washington's birthday, that was a better arrangement because those are presidents we should celebrate. All presidents are not worthy of celebration, so President's Day on its own is a turd.
Okay,
and
I
every day's a holiday for me.
withdraw
So
my wishes for Happy Day.
But
James
anyway,
is not
Happy stepping up Thursday.
celebrated. Let's be real.
Anyway, my friends, I am out of here. I will see you around the interwebs. Thank you once again for having me. It's always an awful lot of fun. So you guys take care.
Bye.
Yeah. Take care, Roman.
Right. So, anything anybody's been watching this week? It's been fun.
Earlier tonight, we were watching A Hartnell Story, the title of which has just gone out of my head because I'm old.
She says at the panel. The youngest one sitting there, and she says that.
Yeah. Well, maybe not. You might be surprised. What are you gonna? I may have asked Darren about 12 times while we were watching it what the title was.
What's that about? And don't say the
like no short-term memory left at all. It's gone. But that is something that we were doing for a while. We were watching Classic Who on Saturday to celebrate Saturdays having Doctor Who in them again. The Rescue. Thank you very much. Yeah, I need a rescue brain scan of some sort, but I cannot remember anything. But it's been really lovely to go through those, the extras on the sets, even though they won't, they probably had more limited footage of what they could scrape together of the behind the scenes. There are still some lovely little moments that they've put in there. They've obviously got interviews with some of the surviving cast as well. So really lovely, really enjoying that. And it's given us back some Doctor Who on a Saturday again. We missed a couple Saturdays because we had stuff going on, but tonight was nice to sort of get back into that again. And we're still watching Supernatural, working our way through that, which has been a joy.
Excellent. Let's prepare.
Yes.
I see. I've seen occasional episodes of Supernatural. I've still not watched the 11, 12 seasons.
I'm smitten.
How many
We're both
seasons
really
is there
enjoying it.
all in all?
15 seasons, I think.
So if I start watching it, it'll take me a wee while.
That's nothing. I still have I had a total of over 1,100 episodes of Dark Shadows to get through, and I stalled about a little under halfway through just because stuff happened. I moved where I was working in the flat, and I moved into a different room, and I just haven't been able to get myself kickstarted into rewatching it, but I can't wait to get back into it again.
These are only 22 minutes long.
And that makes you feel like Supernatural is, is still doable. Because like I said, when you see like 1,100 and some odd episodes of Dark Shadows, because it went out every single day as a soap opera, it's daunting, but it is so entertaining that, you just forget.
I would say I don't have the time to actually do that, but at least once a year I watch all 20 seasons of Time Team, so
that's impressive right there.
That's impressive.
And I basically binge that. I don't watch anything else. Any other thing I'm watching, like if I'm watching Briscoe, which is one season, 27 episodes, I'll watch a few, then I'll watch something else. I'll watch a movie, and then I'll go back to it, and then I'll watch something else, and I'll maybe another season I'm watching at the same time. I'll just intersperse them so it breaks it up. But when it comes to Time Team, boom, everyone after the other. I do that once a year around about my dad's birthday. So
impressive. Love Time Team.
But that's
I used to enjoy watching that.
Things. I've been buying the sets as well, and it's the good thing is I've also got a copy of Time Signs. Time Signs is fun. It is
the first episode of that. You told me about it.
Yeah, it is dull and it is basically so basic, but it set up Time Team. Time Signs was basically they were about to build a dam and flood an area, so everybody was getting cleared off and allowed the archaeologists to go in around. Right, hold on a wee sec. Right, they basically allowed the archaeologists to come in and actually go around a farm and see how it was built and how it was done. So, and that's what Time Signs was. So it was, considering they were just talking about it and they were doing a wee bit of digging here and there, it was, if you look at it now, it was quite dull because it was an archaeology history program where they were looking at people digging and people saying, well, if you look at the wall here, you can see where they built something on, and you're sitting there thinking, but it set up Time Team, and look how Time Team went on, because their very first episode, they didn't really do digging. They were doing field walking, picking up bits, and then they did the scan. And at the end of it, they printed out the scan and it showed the floor plan. So they didn't even do digging on the very first episode of Time Team. It just goes, if you go that far back, you see how if that was done now, it would not have gone any further. But they were given the reign to do it and then to build on it, and that was the good thing about it. But Time Signs, I watched a lot. It's almost
I'd never heard of that.
It's either 3 or 6 episodes Time Sign has. I watched that, then all 20 seasons, one after the other. I do it every year. So I do. It's basically that program. I just sit and watch it, and it's just a wee keep it alive.
There's one special of Time Team, which I believe is actually has a dedication to it, and it's not for good reason. The one where they were digging, they got permission to dig at Windsor Castle.
Yes,
I remember that one. I saw that.
There's actually, I think, there's a name on the end of it dedicated to, because you know where they're talking about where they're digging up where they thought the jousting lists were. The bit on and off for that, they've got bits of someone jousting.
Yeah,
that's a reenactor. and he's jousting in full plate. And as they're perfectly designed to do, his lance shattered, which they're designed to do. What they're not designed to do is slivers to go straight through eye sockets. And he was killed filming for Time Team. So at the end of Time Team, I think that's one of the end of it. They've actually got the idea. I don't think they're going to why, but I mean, because I think some of the people I know actually, I didn't know the chap, but some were aware of the chap because obviously in the reenactment community, and he actually died filming that by a fluke. It's the fluke accidents. Yeah, fluke is the fluke accidents.
Good Lord. Yeah. Poor guy.
Bad.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's terrible, that.
Yeah.
Now to bring a stream down.
Thanks for depressing all of us there, Colin.
Yeah. Well, so, what have you been watching, Julie? What you've been watching?
I am completely caught up with Death in Paradise.
It's still on the list.
Oh my God. This episode 7, as I was telling Retro Doc the other day, is a real doozy. And somebody told me that they were only having 7 episodes, but no, there was a preview of next week's, and it's...
There was a preview. I didn't get a preview.
Oh, I got a preview.
Oh my God. I'm glad about that because my next thing was going to have a look on IMDb. So that's the first time you've ever done that.
And I had to sail the high seas to do it.
I mean, yeah, but I saw it because how it ended. And mind you, then again, I think it's the first one they've actually had a little bit of a through story this season as well. Because there's several things that have happened that seem to have gone nowhere.
It was a really interesting plot twist that I did call, but I was surprised. I was still surprised that it happened.
Yeah.
And then next week, of course, is Beyond Paradise starts, and I'm very excited about that.
I've also been
I hope that does well. I hope that you have a good...
First 2 episodes of Full Circle of the 4th Doctor in the season where they just pretty much all mailed it in. And I had no idea that Adric's own people hated him.
Everyone hates Adric.
Oh, dear.
I've learned
the Jar Jar Binks of Doctor Who.
Although, I was saying yesterday, I want a figure. I want an Adric figure.
Well, I'm going to hopefully be able to watch the last 2 episodes tonight. And then move on to the next story after.
It's a good send off.
Well, anything is better than Meglos.
Yes.
God, that was awful.
Pretty much, yeah. That's a tough
Gary
one.
warned me that there was a shape-shifting cactus. And I said, no. And then sure enough, it's a shape-shifting.
A ship. Billy, you missed that. That was one of my picks of the week. What?
Oh, that's the Abominable Snowman. That's not.
Yeah, I picked it up. It's just a new one. So that's the cardboard, the cover for it. But I'm going to actually open it and turn that bloody.
But now Meglos is the first Doctor Who story of the classic era that personally I found to be unwatchable.
It's awful.
Okay, so,
has to
but
be.
How does it compare in relation to what we had for the last 5 years?
Oh, it's
there's a difference between unwatchable and unbearable.
I don't think you could even put them in the same conversation.
He's better than Benny.
I was talking about over here the shop B&M. They had that much stuff in it. I was laughing because normally it's hard to find any Doctor Who stuff in it. Like, for instance, I do like to hunt just in the off chance that I pick up some of the stuff that is released, but it's so hard to find. But they had that much in it. It was all the 13th Doctor. So
You just set fire to
that's
it?
the original sleeve.
Mhm.
And if we just turn it round.
No.
Ah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That is
All
really
of them
cool.
are like that. So you get the classic, so you just need to turn them
I
over.
had
so
no
they match.
idea.
Yeah. So
Babes, we need to do that.
because all mines are the same. That's why I take them out of the box and I always turn the sleeves around. See, I'm not just a pretty face. And as my mother used
Well
to say,
done.
no. And as my mother used to say, not even.
There are comic shops around here, but I'm not really a comics person. But none of them seem to have Doctor Who merch, so I'm just gonna have to rely on the internet.
Yeah.
Well, see, this is just it's I suppose B&M. It's not like what would you think would be the classic store like in the States?
B&M is a bit like a big Costco.
Okay. Well,
Kinda.
I suppose
you'll have to
odds
take
and
me
ends.
to full stores and I will ship everything home.
Yeah, because
Say
I
it
was
again,
showing
sorry?
stuff.
I said, when I finally make it to Wales, you will have to take me to that store that you go to, and I'll ship everything home.
Oh, the one in Wales is definitely.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
So I'm going to do a box opening with the Witcher stuff in my Hershey.
Yeah, that is cool. I do like that.
I'm going to have to stack that up. I'm definitely happy with that.
Wow, that is so cool.
It is. So, change my hat now. Put my hat back on.
That is a statement right there. Irn-Bru t-shirt, lumberjack shirt. And what period mask is that?
You need to ask Colin.
Yeah, Call. What would you say, or is it just a
it's a very
manufactured replica?
It's relatively generic, but it's
that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, the lifting of the visor is probably rather inaccurate for that style. That style will probably normally just be one. But that's actually pretty much throughout the medieval period. I mean, that could be from the Crusades onwards, sort of from 1200 onwards.
They had this one, another one. It was very plain, but that was the one that had the wee bit cut out, but it was a wee bit too tight, and it brought down. There was no markings at all here. It was just the eye slots, and they had a Spartan, the Spartan one with the cheeks and. Yeah, and then they also had a Roman one with the plume. And I was so tempted to get the Spartan one. But because I've got the knight's outfit and the thing, I thought this would sort of go with it. So if I ever put that on again for any stream, at least I've got a helmet now. And it'll just go with all the rest. Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. But I just thought, believe it or not, it's just one of those things. I thought, I'm having that.
I'm happy.
That is pretty cool.
According to IMDb, episode 7 of season 12 was on yesterday.
It was.
And it's an episode 8 next week. So,
well, I'm telling you, they had a preview for next week.
All right. Yeah, because the one I've only seen 6. I only saw the one that ended with the to be continued.
Well, it was continued last night.
Yeah, obviously, yes, that's good. So I know what I'm going to be looking for next.
Yeah.
Really good.
I've also actually
twist. There was a twist to it that I called, but I was surprised that it happened.
But what's interesting is that IMDb have got episode 12.7. Know what this one is about. Episode 12.8, it's got a synopsis. So for next week's one, it's got a synopsis. For this week's, it's got no synopsis. It's really, really odd.
I don't know. It's weird.
But
anyway,
I've also been keeping up to speed with our favourite Canadians. both Murdoch and South Park. Yes, I've seen that South Park as
I
well.
watched the South Park episode.
I've heard about it.
Oh, it's fucking hilarious.
I've never been a South Park fan. I've never actually enjoyed
Oh, God, I love South Park.
I love that. Yeah.
Oh, this is brilliant. Absolutely.
I don't know. Even from the very beginning, mind you saying that at the very beginning, I hated The Simpsons, and then I sat and watched it, and then gradually I got to enjoy it. I sat and watched it, and I just sit there thinking.
This particular episode, it's the first episode I've seen in years, and it is hilarious.
They don't
spot on, perfect. They deserve it.
I didn't realize it was on, but this is actually the second episode of the new season.
Yeah, the first one they made fun of Kanye West.
Yeah, and I saw that. I worked out that was Kanye. Yeah,
see, I think maybe that's where a lot of the problem is. Some of the things they talk about, being in Scotland, they don't really resonate.
I don't listen to rap music either, so I didn't watch it. But definitely check this one out because
definitely.
I mean, I was absolutely howling with laughter.
Oh, so was I. Oh yeah, I couldn't believe. And the interesting thing is, I actually wonder. I think I've said in a couple of. I actually wonder how prescient the end of that may turn out to be in a few years' time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. That 70s rock fan, he only stays, I would say, about an hour up the road. So I think he's in Stirling area. So he is. So he's not far from me. But then again, Scotland's not that big. I could go to the top of Scotland and drive down to England, and it would take about 7 hours. So horses for courses, but no, the 70s rock fan is not far away.
7 hours from here, I could still be in Florida if I took the right direction.
Because I remember who was it? It was Danny Boy. He's a Scottish Indian comedian. I used to really like him, but then he got very political, and I just went,
Danny Boyle.
Not Danny Boyle.
No, not Danny Boyle. Danny
Boy.
Oh, no. No, I'm thinking of another Danny.
You're thinking of Frankie Boyle.
Frankie Boyle, yes, thank you. That's what I'm thinking of.
Danny Boy is basically, he's a guy from Edinburgh. His mum's an Indian and his dad's Scottish. His dad's Scottish and his mum Indian, but he's basically mixed out. But he's Scottish. He just grew up in Dingley, and he was having a joke, and he was saying when he was travelling, he would jump in the car, they would drive down for about 8 hours, and they could go through 4 countries. And he says when he was in Canada, they got in the car and they drove for about 4 hours and about 10 hours, and they were still about the exact same place where they started, because the map's so big, it cuts it down to the same size as Scotland. So when you do Scotland, you go 10 hours, you go through 4 different countries. But if you do it in Canada, you go, whoop, that's it, how far you've moved in those 10 hours. Because they crunch the map down. That's what he said. He says he'd been travelling 10 hours, he's looked,
4 different
and he realised he went back the way, and he hadn't moved in the map. So yeah, I do appreciate that. Yeah, it's not a big country, but it's got a big ego, according to some. But they're all a bunch of hats.
I've also, thanks to our 2 ladies here, I've been gradually kept working my way through Strike as well. One based on the
I'm still reading the first book, and I'm really enjoying it.
Now, based on the Cormac Strike novels by
J.K. Rowling.
I'll say Robert Galbraith, because we're probably not allowed to say his real name. By J.K. Rowling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're actually quite good.
I'm also reading, I don't know if any of you have heard of Louise Penny. She's a Canadian author who writes murder mysteries. It's a combination of murder mystery, psychological thriller. She's up to like book 16 or 17. They're really good.
Oh, cool.
don't think
I
know
need
the
to.
name.
I'm on the hunt for something to read at the moment. I'm in one of those like really weird moods. I don't know what I want. I pick up something that we've already got, and I'm like, am I in the mood for this? No, I can't make up my mind. My default is always horror, but it has to be like, I actually feel like rereading some of the Robert McCammon horror novels that I read back in the 80s, 90s. And I did find a couple on free on Prime, Amazon Prime Reading, which was pretty cool. I did read one about a Scottish detective. I think he's DCI Bone, he's called, and that was a really good good suggestion. Thank you, Roman. So I'm like, I'm starting to get into true, like the crime mystery novels. I tried some Anne Cleeves because I love the Vera series, but I think the TV series has ruined. Not that that's a bad thing.
Do you not think they change it to match the character?
Not that that's a bad thing, because I absolutely adore the Vera TV series with Brenda Blethyn. I love it. I absolutely love it. But I don't tend to do both. I tend to, if I come into it with the TV series, I'll stick with that. If I come into it with the book series, I might watch a TV version of it. It all depends. But yeah, I tried an Anne Cleeves, the very first Vera story, and I struggled through it. I enjoyed it, but it was a little bit hard work to get through it. And I think it was because I was trying to visualize Brenda Blethyn in my mind, and the character is a little bit rougher around the edges.
See, if you watch Brenda actually playing a completely different character early on, chance in a million.
Yeah.
Simon Callow and Brenda Blethyn.
Wow, what a wonderful combination.
I never watched the Vera series, but I associate Anne Cleeves with historical mysteries again.
Let's see.
Unless it's someone else I'm thinking of. I'm actually, although I don't play the game, I'm actually somewhat sort of stuck in the Warhammer 40k universe at the moment. I'm reading mainly a set of novels, quite humorous novels. Got a serious but with a good sense of humour, which with lots of sci-fi references, little bits and pieces that you may or may not get.
I've just found the book that I really liked and I enjoyed reading by the author's name is T.G. Reid, R-E-I-D, and the title of the book it's a crime thriller. It's called Dark is the Grave, and it's a series based around a character called DCI Bone, and he's a great character. It's very well written. So I will go back at some point, and keep reading those because I did enjoy the first one. Yeah, I'll pop it in the chat.
This is Chance in a Million. This is just one. I've got a playlist of Chance in a Million clips. And this is the one. This is a check out who else as well.
I think you better stop that now.
And it's Simon Yellow.
Finally, madam, I would like to apologise myself.
It's the warden.
Over enthusiasm of this young officer to make an arrest.
Oh,
you both have a very pleasant afternoon. Not at all.
Oh, that's very gracious of you, Sergeant.
Appreciate your coming down so quickly, Walter. Not at all, Mr. Chancellor. Pleasure.
Look at Simon Callow.
I know.
Wow.
Chesney.
You great ladies, blouse. Don't you ever read daily notices? Sorry, do you know how many Warsod has been wrongfully arrested in the past month? I heard it was about 9. 11 now. Apart from your effort today, last night he was cornered by one of the anti-terrorist squad who threw him into the canal as the quickest way to make safe the bomb he thought he was carrying. If he ever decided to publicise what we do to him, it won't happen again, sir. It had better not.
He's playing a very similar character too, from what I can gather from that scene. Yeah, he's does a good job.
In that.
Yeah, but Chance in a Million, it's one of my favourites. That's Chance in a Million's on my watch list at least twice a year. Same as Chelmsford 1, 2, 3. I just love those. Chance in a Million, Brenda Blethyn is just she's a librarian vixen at heart.
Yes.
She's always trying to get Tom to seduce her by seducing him, but it never works. And she's like sitting there like that, and Tom comes in with his uncle or his mum or something. Stuff like that happens. I mean, it is fun, and she is just superb in it as this wee mousy librarian with the heart of a vixen, and him as the I wouldn't even say unlucky, because it's just one of those things. Sometimes he's really lucky, sometimes he's really unlucky, because it's a chance in a million. If it's something happens, it's one chance in a million, it will happen to Tom. And that's the premise of it, and he just basically rolls with it.
The question is, the question is,
I've got that on my channel as well, Peter, if you look at the clips for Chelmsford 1, 2, 3.
But as all Terry Pratchett readers know, the question is it exactly one chance in a million? Do you need to be standing on one leg, blindfolded? Is that a chance in a million to shoot the dragon?
Yes. All right, where is that clip that Peter just mentioned? I've got that. I've got so many, and the problem is these were done so long ago. Oh God, I hate it when actually you're hunting for stuff.
Yeah,
and you can't actually, it's there. Because Chance of Millions is another one. Oh, come on.
I've also been gradually working my way through the last series of Andromeda, but the last series, well, the first half of the last series is a little bit odd because some weird stories in there.
Yes.
Sometimes.
This is it there, it's there. I think this is the one I was looking for. Aye, this is it. Right, this is the part Peter was talking about. All right. Chelmsford 1, 2, 3.
What is it now?
I've got a splinter in my finger.
It's tiny.
It is.
Never had a father. Look, just hold.
It's Tom as well. It's meant to be Tom.
It's the scarf. He's pushing the rain, he just does that and then goes back in and bugs off.
Obviously, no there.
But that's about with it, yeah. Chelmsford 1, 2, 3 is another one. I've done a review of both of them. I just love both of those shows. Need to actually revisit them again, but I watch them every couple of times a year, both of them. I just think the two of them are hilarious.
How many series did it run?
Chance the Million was 3 seasons, and it was a full story, so from beginning to end. And Bill Pertwee was in the beginning. He was in 1 or 2 in the second season, and he was right up until the final one in the third series. Chelmsford 1, 2, 3 was 2 seasons.
Okay.
And that they're not. There's like 6 episodes, so you're talking about. It's not a long time to sit and watch them if you can get a hold of them. But Chelmsford 1, 2, 3 and Chance in a Million.
Let's just see if I can find it. Well, I was talking about those Louise Penny books before. Amazon Prime adapted them. Well, they really bear no resemblance to the books, but the series isn't bad. You just have to remember that they bear no resemblance to the books, like at all.
Louise.
See, I'm okay at the moment because the stuff that I'm reading hasn't been made into a movie or a TV show. The one thing it has, the movie was absolute junk, which was Ready Player One. Ready Player One was one of my favourite books, and it became my favourite book very quickly. However, Dungeon Crawler Carol's taken that place, but none of them are a chance of getting made into a movie or a TV show, so I'm lucky. The one I'm watching has been made into a TV show. I'm listening to Graham Hancock. So I've done the Fingerprints of the God, Magicians of the Gods. I'm actually doing, is it scuba or underworld? It's called. It's all about diving and stuff like that and things you've seen. So I've been listening to a lot of that, and even the TV shows. I've been watching a load of Ancient Alien stuff. I've been watching The Curse of Civil War Gold. Just bits and pieces, a wee bit here and a wee bit there, and it's just trying to catch it all. I think I've been getting a caught with the paranormal, ufology, ancient aliens, ancient civilization bug, and I'm digging in that route. So that's why I like Gary's Forbidden Frontiers that he does. That was all based on the Netflix series with Graham Hancock's Forbidden Archaeology or something like that.
Yeah, we have a couple of Graham Hancock's books here as well.
Mm-hmm. So I got hold of them, and I've been listening to them in the car in the last couple of weeks, and really getting into it. Mm-hmm. It's a conspiracy. Anybody got a tinfoil hat to go with all the rest of my hats?
We're running out of tinfoil. Most of my conspiracy theories have turned out to be true.
I know, it's terrible.
Just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean they're not all out to get me.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But no, I've been good down that rabbit hole recently. Been watching bits and pieces. Like I'm halfway through watching Raquel Welch's Hannah Calder. Basically, obviously, Ken Cinder and Raquel Welch passed away, and the sexy gunfighter in it. Obviously, the reason she becomes a gunfighter is not a very nice reason, but she's going to get a revenge, and the revenge she gets. So, I've been diving all over, watching a bit of this and a bit of that. Watched a wee bit of Still Game.
Yeah, I get tired of watching that.
A wee bit of Rabsy Nesbitt. As I said, Curse of Civil War Gold. The Hunt for World War II Nazi Gold. Been watching that as well. I've been watching a wee bit of Ancient Aliens. I've been watching YouTube, the Y-Files. I just basically going, whoa. It's basically, as Jim says, squirrel. It's basically something happened, and I'll go and watch that, and and then watch that, and the last couple of weeks I've literally been all over the place just watching different things.
The BBC has just, or relatively recently, started a new streaming product. They took most of their documentaries off of BritBox, and they've started something called BBC Select. And they give you like episode 1 of something that I might really, really want to watch. But do I want to spend $5 or $6 a month just to see part 2 or, whatever? Right now I'm watching one on the history of archaeology that looks really good. I saw episode 1 of one of their documentaries on George V and Nicholas II. And there's some really good stuff there. I just don't know if I want to pay. I've been dropping pay services left and right to save some money. I've only kept BritBox and Acorn and what we call Wondrium, which is the great courses. And I just don't know if I want to spend money on BBC Select. But they're pulling a lot of their documentaries.
That's a bit naughty, that is.
See, when I was out and I bought this hat, I was going to buy another hat. And it was just so I didn't need to mention certain Tortuga websites. I was going to buy a pirate hat. So every time I was talking about a program, I was going to wear the pirate hat. I think the next time I'm in, I might buy it because it was a cosplay shop. They had hundreds of them. They had a couple of great. They had a Crocodile Dundee one with all the teeth.
I'd love a Crocodile Dundee.
They had the Rick from Walking Dead, the one with the sheriff badge right there. There was a load of them sitting there thinking, but I thought I'll just get the one. But I was tempted to buy so much. There was so many costumes in it. Just for fun, like for streaming. Pay a £10, £12 and it was just a costume maybe wear once and it would fall apart. But for streaming of certain programs, it would be great just to wear it just for the show. I was so tempted, so I was. But I went, nope. There's toys downstairs. That's me away. You'd be surprised some of the toys I got, because I'm surprised. There's the usual sci-fi type things. But I've got ones that are so out of there. My wife was looking at me going, what'd you get that for? Because I used to watch it. What'd you get that for? Because I used to watch it. What'd you get that for? But where's the other part? No, they're sold separately, but they didn't have it. Who's whistling at me? Is that my wife? No, but it's basically stuff like that. She was going, why did you get that? There's no this. And I said, aye, but I might find it somewhere else and at least I've got half of it. And she's gone, one of these days I'm going to get slapped for spending so much money that I need to borrow up from her. Which occasionally I've done. I'll go to the shop and I'll go, oh, I forgot my wallet. And she'll go, really? But she'll buy it for me and then I have to transfer the money. But it's one of those things. Sometimes you see something that you can't wait. You don't want to take the chance going all the way home to get the wallet, to come all the way back, and it might not be there. So she just looks at me as if to say, again?
Yeah. We did that with this Babylon 5 set as well. We just saw that, and like I said, it was like one of those holy grail moments.
Yeah.
It was like,
right, I'm the same. See, when I saw it, I said to my wife, see that there? My birthday. She says, your birthday's no for 7 months. I says, my birthday. Give you time to save up for it. Give her time to save up for it, and that's exactly what she did. She basically got me for my birthday. So, yeah. But I was up in HMV Aberdeen. It was a while ago, at some point last year. And we went into an HMV and they were doing a 2-for-1 sale. That's when I got Stargate SG-1 and Stargate Atlantis. The two of them were £50 a set. And I bought the two of them because they were doing buy one, get one free. And the reason I didn't buy any more is because that was when first time I saw the Warhammer figures. I was so tempted to pick them up, but if I picked them up, I couldn't pick up the Stargate and Stargate Atlantis, and it was a Stargate Atlantis sets. But sometimes HMV do nice deals, but sometimes they don't, and you just have to pay. Which I did that for Babylon 5, because after I got it, my wife says, if you'd waited 2 months, you could have got it at 2-for-1. I says, but I didn't know that. 9 months ago when I told you to start saving, I only know it now, which is 2 months after my birthday. So how can I tell? You can't tell when a sale's coming, unless you're obviously a medium. And me, I keep on telling people I'm not a medium. I'm an extra large at best. So the only mediums I do is remember is the Irn-Bru t-shirts. Don't forget to put a comment in the chat. Not in the chat, sorry. Put a comment at the end of the video.
In the comments.
It helps in the
How
comments.
many people have entered?
Oh.
6.
One.
Ooh.
One so far.
Oh.
So somebody's getting the picture. The thing is, it's open to everybody. Everybody that's in the chat at the moment is open to. It's drawn out the same for everybody. There's the Iron Man, Irn-Bru picture. There's a couple of t-shirts and stuff that gets drawn out. It's basically, who am I to turn around and you say you're not allowed to? Because anybody that's in the chat, is a subscriber, and it's open to all my subscribers. The only person it's not open to is me. And that's only because A, it is my picture that I'm giving away, and B, those are mediums, and if one of them was an extra large, I would have been keeping it anyway. But I've got my own Irn-Bru t-shirt anyway, so I don't need it. So yes, and I even got my Irn-Bru hat. It's not just a hat my wife bought me because she thought it was one, but that's a different story. This is just an Irn-Bru hat. You need to see the adverts. Go to the Irn-Bru channel and look at their adverts. Fanny, that's a lovely Scottish name. Yes, we want to call her after her mother because her mother was a Fanny and her grandmother was a Fanny, and ran in the family for a long time. And it's that type of humour because it's an old Scottish name. So it's like Franny, but
no R.
No R. But in effect, it's an old name. So
it is
growing up, the only name I've known, which was a name I had never heard before, except one person, and she was called Tully.
Don't know that.
Tully, and I only ever knew her as Tully. She was my mum's best friend, and I never found out what her real name was. We just always knew her as Auntie Tully, and I have no idea what her first name was because I don't know where Tully came from. So I can't even imagine, even now, anytime I think about it, where that name fits into your Sunday name. You know what I mean? So, like, for instance, you can say Franny is Francis,
right.
So you can usually work it out, but don't know where Tully came from.
Well, Fanny is Francis too.
Yes. But that's what I'm saying. So there's certain ones you can work out where they come from, or else you can have a good guess where they come from. But never found out where Tully came from. Tuli, Tully. Weird. But that's just names for you. But then again, Scottish got some weird names. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, I might go down to... driving in the car, it was funny. Because it would say, at the second roundabout, take the second exit towards Irvine. And we were not ourselves. Irvine, not Irvine.
There's
it's the same as Mullingavi. It's no Mullingavi, it's Mulgai.
There's kind of like that. There's a funny the word for street in Welsh is Heol, Heol, which sounds a bit like you're saying hail, as in hail the king. And on the bus speaker system will call out the stops, and there's one not far from us. It's Shakespeare Road. So when the bus is coming up a hill, it goes, "Hail Shakespeare." And no matter how many times we hear it, we always get a kick out of it. It's really funny. But when they first introduced the voice on the buses, some of the attempts at pronouncing certain things were pretty good, but that one in particular, everybody just got a kick out of it. The novelty at the time was really funny, but it is so funny now still to hear it. Hail Shakespeare!
It's really funny.
Peter, check the clip. It's basically an Iron Man picture, and it's done with an Irn-Bru tins, so you see the Irn-Bru parts. It's a wee poster, A4. Just getting it out there.
Isn't Midsummer Murders the first Barnaby? Isn't his daughter's name Tully, or is that Cully?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. Midsummer Murders.
Peter Harrington's post comment.
I used to know a chap whose nickname was Tully.
So what is it from?
I don't know. I know that was. I say it was, and that was Tull. He spelled his.
Mm.
It's Summer Murders.
But I know when I would
Cully, I
have.
believe Roman says.
Oh, it's Cully. Never mind.
You're thinking about Barnaby's daughter, Callie.
Yes, Cully.
I would have thought. Now, if you'd said it was Thule, that sounds. I can definitely hear that as a Scottish Gaelic word, Thule, rather than Tully with a single L.
It's funny, yeah. It's so weird they spelled that with a U because it sounds like they're calling her Callie.
Yeah. And they bloody killed her off screen as well in Bake 7. Bastards! Just because they brought the series 4 back and the actors didn't come back.
Right. Tully, the meaning of Tully in the baby name's Pedia, although it's a slightly different spelling, but it's the same pronunciation. Tully as in Tully.
Yeah, that's how I would.
But you know what it's like. It's the same as Linda.
Yeah.
You can have Linda spelled multiple ways, but
yeah,
it's the Tully is a very English or the name of Tullio. Tully has 16 variants that are used in English and all languages. It's derived from Latin and Irish Gaelic origins. From the Irish Gaelic roots, it means its meaning is people mighty, living with God's peace, devoted to God's will. So a true believer.
Yeah, so that definitely sounds. I mean, I could definitely hear that as I said, as a Gaelic Thule.
But it was definitely not Thule. It was Tully.
Yeah,
that's what it was called. But then again, it's the same as like Linda and Linda. You can have Linda or Lynda or.
Well, the difference there is the L's because it was just it's weird. It's because in the way it's a double L. It
as in Mull.
Yeah.
As in Tull.
Yeah, but if it's but to you because you got a consonant between two vowels, and the double L kind of shortens it, so it goes from two to ta. It sort of shortens the vowel.
Remember,
but
we are Scottish. We don't speak good England.
Well, exactly.
Roman says I'm Turkey now, so I may sound Irish.
There's a question for everybody around the table.
Yeah.
What's the reaction to RTD coming back to Doctor Who was like over there? Are people optimistic for the new series? From a guy who likes the old series, and I'm not keen on the new series because I found I've already got into it. I don't see it changing at all. I think it'll be like what I suppose like Picard. They'll throw in some nice bits, but on the whole, it'll still have that route. The fact is, I was thinking RTD has got zero confidence in Ncuti Gatwa because what did he do? He didn't regenerate. She didn't regenerate into Ncuti. They brought in David Tennant because he didn't have confidence that Ncuti would be able to bring the people back. So
it was
no confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was the only way
they could
they could resurrect the show so that Ncuti would be able to sort of just get on with his Doctor and start his run. I think from our point of view, and my own personal point of view as well, I'm cautiously optimistic. I think Russell has way too much at stake. I think he came back after saying he wouldn't come back, because the show clearly needed him. He put so much heart and soul into making the reboot of the show, in 2005, such a fantastic success, and the heart and soul that was in it. So I am glad it is Russell that's coming back. I know we're not in 2005 anymore, but I think if anybody can make if anybody can restore, if the show has any chance of reaching the heights that it did in from 2005 onwards, then I think Russell's the one to do it. I'm not going to be surprised either way. I'm not holding my breath, but I do have some faith in the fact that he does genuinely love the show.
See,
I know he does.
Someone's come back.
We mentioned Doctor Who and Sue who pops up.
Pop in,
The
just
man with the
to tell
accent
Peter
for
he's
Doctor
wrong.
Who.
He's wrong. He's wrong.
Okay, thank you.
Come on.
No, but the thing is, I've said it from the beginning. RTD, once you saw his interviews, you realise that, like everybody else, he's going off that deep end.
Yeah.
He's still running, but the pier stopped. He's like the Roadrunner. He's just running in space at the moment. And I think once he starts, the show's just going to go.
So that's your prediction for when series starts in proper once Shooty comes on the show? Yeah. Or do you think he's going to give Shooty, a little bit of, ledge to walk towards before it does this?
Yeah, it'll be sort of hanging off the bridge and it'll be bouncing as he's walking towards the edge. I think what sailors used to call the plank.
Yes, yeah, exactly. No, he's not wrong. But there's a nice bowl of oranges or something at the end of the plank, so you're trying to get to that, and then off you go. But I'm with Wendology on this one because I know what they're bringing David Tennant back for a couple of reasons. One, I don't think Shooty was available for those initial shoots because he was doing that sex in the whatever the hell sex education.
I think, yeah,
something I've never seen, nor will I ever, and that's fine. But two, and this is I think even the bigger component, and this is what you were talking about, it's the damage control element to bring viewers back after the disastrous Chibs Jodie era. They got to have a carrot. Not everybody knows who Shooty is. Especially in America, I have no idea who this dude is. So you throw David Tennant out there like, hey, look, I'm David Tennant. I'm back. And then you ease into Shooty like, in a prison shower. And then you're hoping it's going to be okay. You're hoping it's going to be okay, but it may not be.
RTD would know about that.
See, the problem is, there's three. First one is, it's the BBC. Second one thing is partnership with Disney Plus.
Yeah.
And the third one after the interviews with RTD. So you've got woke within woke within woke. What I think it will be, if anything, they'll do the David Tennant part to get the people back. And as soon as he comes in, and as soon as he's gone, it'll start going down the Peter Capaldi route where
that's what worries me.
They won't slag him the same way they did Peter Capaldi, because there'll be a limit to what they'll be allowed to do. But I think they'll just go down the route that it'll initially start off as he'll be the Doctor and his companion, and then eventually the companion will start guiding him to what he should be doing.
I think that's my big.
Go ahead, Carl.
My big fear is that's what to do, because if they do that, if everybody comes back for Tennant, and then Shooty comes in and he goes psych, and it goes down again, Dave's going to kill it. I think there's actually possibly several reasons for Tennant being him. One of which is, I'm going to be very careful how I phrase this. No, I mean it.
Oh, dear Lord, Colin. Do you have a delay on Colin? Wait, can we get a 10-second delay on Colin just in case?
What I'm going to say is, right? Everybody, what was one of the major complaints about casting Jodie? Not her acting, about casting Jodie.
She has a pig nose.
I didn't know anything about the show.
No, one of the biggest complaints that came in was they've done it for.
They've done it for the reasons
they've done it for political identity reasons, right? They've cast a woman now. So if you know, right, and everybody hated it. So I think if you'd gone straight into a non-white character, let us say, you'll be a lot of the complaint would be woke casting again, identity politics casting again. By bringing David Tennant back, they put a buffer there. So you've got David Tennant, then you go into the potential identity casting. Hopefully, the guy's going to be good in the role, and we're not going to notice.
Yes. And we've talked about this before, Colin.
Yeah.
Remember, we saw all the things we saw from Shooty already have been very positive, especially him with what's her name, Millie Gibson, the blonde girl.
Millie
all of this has been very positive.
Yes.
His views on the show have been positive. He hasn't talked about he's a gay dude playing the doctor. He's a gay black dude playing the doctor. He hasn't talked about that. Whereas Jodie, that was like the first thing she did. She got her freaking the JJ and the camera and like, look, I'm a woman playing the doctor. And that's what you got.
Yes, but the problem is, I think he just is an actor for an actor's sake. I don't think he's a black man playing being an actor or a gay man being an actor. He's an actor who's an actor who's an actor.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I'm not saying that, but I think the showrunner is the problem. Not
definitely.
I don't know. Well,
showrunner.
But he was, I mean, RTD was RTD before, though. When he brought the show back, he was the same dude.
RTD's got to have an ego. I mean, let's face it, you can't reach the pinnacle of your profession without a big ego. And we know he's got one. And I've been saying all along, and I really don't want to be proven wrong, but you are being brought back as a quote-unquote savior, which he has been. You really want to be the person who watches the show die under your...
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially because he invested so much.
Remember, you're actually looking at it as in a professional.
Under him.
Remember these woke activists.
But he doesn't want to be.
It's not them, it's ruining it. It's you for not liking it.
I
really don't think so. That's why, yes, that first interview that Shooty and RTD did was a little over the top.
Yes.
But to me, that was them just being normal. That was exactly how they believed, and that is what I thought.
Roman did it the nail on the head. Since then, he has been nothing but respectful to the history. So,
I think
I only started watching the show in 2013, and I knew more about it than Jodie did.
She didn't know anything about it. Chibs knew something about it. He knew he didn't like it.
I'm going to have to actually stop the arguments and bring in an expert.
Gary!
I think
and realised I did used to actually run a comic book store. So
really?
But don't tell the guys behind bars where there used to be.
I don't think the thing is I don't think RTD is quite the same man he was. I think RTD is an angry. But I think he's now frustrated as well that the world hasn't gone the way he thinks it should.
And I think he's going to actually try and push it the way he thinks you should believe it should be.
He is. But the question is, I think the most important question is, and ironically enough, for a show about a time traveler, only time will tell, is which of the two angels devils on his shoulders are going to have the bigger voice?
Yeah,
you're woke, right. Angry, frustrated social engineer, or the professional who does indeed like Doctor Who and has pride in his work? which of those is going to win out?
Well,
I
let's
think
hope it's the
let's
latter,
hope it's the
because-
profession. Exactly.
I think it's going to be ego.
Ladder.
You should be liking what I tell you to like.
Yeah.
You look at anything recently, you'll get someone who will want to, let's put Shooty Atler based on what we've seen of him. He's an actor who wants to do it because he's interested in playing the Doctor. Let's put it sort of like the maybe Henry Cavill playing the Witcher.
Yeah.
And then what happens? Doesn't matter how much you push, you end up getting pushed out. And I think that's the type. What's going to happen if he decides, but wait a minute, that's not the way the Doctor would go? Oh, really? New guy into it. I relaunched it. You do what you're told.
I think RTD has too much writing in this, though, PJ.
Yeah.
Remember, so he's the dude who brought the Doctor back originally. We wouldn't even have Doctor Who right now to talk about if it wasn't for him. Now, they brought him in to save the series. He doesn't want to this is, I mean, I'm projecting what I would do onto this, so it's obviously not very accurate. But he's a guy with a big enough ego that he doesn't want to show his ass, so to speak, to the world and produce a bad product.
Only to Shooty.
That would be counterintuitive to a guy who you bring in to save the show. Chips wasn't there to save the show. Chips was brought in to sink the show.
Yeah.
What's that, Julie?
I said that's exactly what I've been saying. He does not want the show to die under his watch.
But the problem is, I don't think he think. See, I think they brought RTD back for the same reason they brought David Tennant back. Is look, people, you'll love us because we got something you love back. And in the first interview, what did they do? Tell you, I'm going to do. It's basically you need to get rid of that because I don't like the way you are politically. So in effect, he's already put his card on the table. He's already said,
and it will his fault, and he'll be known for it. And he'll have.
But the thing is, remember, you look at all the crap that's been out. These people are going to be known for it. But did it matter? They were getting paid to actually do what they were told.
Oddly enough,
Disney Plus. Do you think they're actually going to turn around and go, "Nah, you just do what you want"?
Given what Disney doing, given that the state that Disney's in at the moment, they might. But oddly enough, I think that perhaps the best chance of us getting something good is this fact that he already seems to be talking about the Doctor Who universe. So if he's going to have a number of shows,
dimensions.
Yeah, if he's going to have a number of different shows, fine. Okay, he can have some of those. He can do
the side bits, yeah.
Yeah, but when he can do, like, for example, if he's going to do the Paternoster gang, or as an example, he can do that. That can be, yes, look, they're all female led. You know, the main male lead is Strax, who's there as the comic relief. He can do that. He can have his woke, if you like, feminine, female led, lesbian heroes
over there,
and that one.
But then he gets to do it. But as long as Doctor Who Prime stays Doctor Who Prime,
exactly.
Everybody wins on this.
Yeah, and he can do.
PJ Gary there with the Doctor Who Prime. I think when he's talking about universe, I think what he's going to do is different universe Doctor. I think it's going to be that area of the Doctor Who run. It was not there. So with Tennant going into Shooty, maybe the Peter Capaldi, Jodie Whittaker era never happened. That was an alternate.
Are you thinking?
No, I don't think
he's going to go. I don't think he'll blip it out. I wish he would blip out Jodie.
So you can put that in the same universe that Rose disappeared to. Remember?
But yeah, the other, but he doesn't have the. He's not a Time Lord. He's just like I don't really understand how that happened. How he's just like a regular dude, but whatever. I know they explained it in the episode, but it didn't make a lot of sense then either. When he left the clone doctor there.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that alternate universe, the bit where Cyberdyne came in from, that universe, that's where this is going to happen. and then the Tenant regenerating into Shooty, then it's going to be sidelined of that. See, those last two Doctors, they didn't really happen.
I don't. The problem with that, I see what you're saying, but the problem with that is you've got if you're gonna say that, if you're gonna say that Tennant goes straight into Shooty, you've got a number of problems. You're getting rid of all of Stephen Moffat's one as well as Chibbs's one.
Yeah.
Right. And you've the thing is, from what I understand, I mean, I've still not seen it, but my understanding is that on screen, Jodie regenerated into Tennant, albeit in different clothes. So there's an interesting. I think the most important indicator is going to be the first and most important indicator is going to be what RTD does with the Jodie era, specifically with the Timeless Child, but with the entire Jodie era. If he goes along with that, it's done.
But he is going to go along with it. He's not going to write her out. He's not going to retcon anything that they've done.
Yeah.
If they do the Doctor's half human and just ignore it, but it's still there.
They ignore it.
They'll ignore it, but it's still there. The thing is, people are saying, I ain't going back unless they retcon that out. They'll just ignore it, and people will go, oh, fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It depends.
I think they're going to have to do something. I think they're going to have to have, even if they just gloss over it quick and move on, they're going to have to do something to try to rationalize what happened and then move on and then leave it in the dust.
When does Shooty start? When does it actually appear on?
That's going to be in 2024 because Tenant stuff is going to come out at the end of this year, and then Shooty will regenerate into Shooty.
The Christmas special.
There's going to be three specials with Tenant.
The end of 2025, I am going to say that he'll not have retconned it.
The weird thing is, there's so many ways to do it. I mean, personally, I actually like the rabbi's theory that he's going to say that he's going to be that he's going to have been the whole Jodie is going to have been in the Toymakers universe. He's going to be the Doctor's head. I mean, there are ways you.
I like
can
that.
do that.
I don't think that's going to happen.
It's not going to happen. But there are ways you can. There are ways you can do
basically
it.
Just Peter Capaldi actually is there just before Shooty.
Yep.
And it was all a fever dream. And it was actually when he was regenerating, he never actually regenerated into Jodie or Tennant.
No, well, if you listen,
from Capaldi straight to Shooty. So the rest of that, it was just a fever dream in Capaldi's Doctor's mind.
If you
could do it.
Well, if you listen to Dr. Alex's stuff that he wrote, that's exactly what he quite literally Bobby Ewing'd Doctor Who. Yep. He quite literally has the Doctor in the first scene of his series 12. He quite literally has the Doctor falls out of a decontamination shower unit, and the entire Jodie's first season was a fever dream while he was not regenerating. The whole thing.
I would go down the fact is you just have Capaldi still going through the regeneration, but something's happening to the TARDIS, which is causing all the hallucinations, memories, whatever.
Well,
leaking from, and then they could actually bring in the Celestial Toymaker back in, and it's a merge of the two universes.
Well, I genuinely can't remember if someone else mentioned it and I picked up on it, or I thought, but way back, I don't know, there was an idea going around that for the first 2 or 3 episodes of season 11, that actually Doctor was actually Graham, the only popular character, and Jodie's character because we know there's regeneration trauma. Yeah, no, Jodie's character, and this actually would fit what we had, right? Jodie's character isn't the Doctor. She is a regenerated Missy, carrying on with her redemption arc, which is why she's trying to be good, but she doesn't know how to be. The only problem with that is it means you've got to allow Missy to be the master, and I
see that's another problem. So there's no
I dislike the whole thing.
Do it because no matter. I know people actually think the idea of him retconning it out so hers didn't happen. It's not going to happen because then they would immediately go back and retcon out Missy. To me, Missy was never the master. She was always the Rani.
Fantastic Big Finish story that took place in Five's head as he was regenerating into Six. It's with Peter Davison and
Lord, that's a lot of work.
Davison went into Colin Baker.
Pardon?
Did you say who did Davidson generate into? It was Colin.
Right, but I'm saying there's a Big Finish story that takes place in Davison's head while he's turning into Colin Baker, and it's brilliant.
Which one's that?
That's what I'm saying. So that you could still have that with Whittaker's series just not appearing because it all happens in Capaldi's head.
Yeah.
And then you could turn into shooting instead of the regeneration and thing. So you take it would actually, but the thing is that would actually destroy it would take out the first female Doctor, then it would also take out the return of Tennant out of the line. And they're not going to do that. And they're not going to do anything to make her stories look bad. And
if he regenerates into Tennant,
and that's what
I'm trying to remember the name of the story. I'm looking it up. Bear with me.
All right. I got to regenerate back into the kitchen, guys. I had to pop in for this. I'm going to be listening and I'm going to be pissed off in the kitchen because of this conversation. Just so you know.
It's me. Don't burn dinner.
It's him. It's him. It's him. He's the one. He's the one. All right, guys.
Argumentative. Ha 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 ha. Right. Cheers. But yeah, I know I'm being argumentative, and you know I'm actually I like classic stuff. I fell out with the new stuff before it went on to Jodie Whittaker and stuff like that. So I've never seen an episode. No interest because I stopped watching halfway through Capaldi. However, the way things are going, no matter who they brought back Tennant to get the numbers up. To me, that showed that there was no confidence in Shooty. So that basically already a red flag. Here's the new Doctor, but we're going to put him aside because we've got no confidence people are going to come and see him. Yeah. So we'll bring these all back in. Look at the old one. Right, now you're all back in. Here's this new guy. Who? Oh, why is that means, why is everybody walking away? Is it because of the colour of his skin? It must be because, and there you go, that's the way it's going to go. So, the woman came in, they went down. Oh, the white guy came in, and it's gone back up. Look, the black guys come in, it's gone back down. So they must be sexist and racist, all of them, because look what happened. You bring a white guy in, and look what happens. You bring a woman in or a black guy in, look what happens.
Yeah, they could be sending it up.
These are no things that we're conspiracy theories about. These are things that they've done in the past.
Oh, of course they have.
And the problem is, the biggest red flag was, here's a new Doctor, but we're not going to show him until we actually get yous interested again.
I can see.
And by the way, I've already said that I don't agree with all your political, so I wonder what I'm going to do. The same as everybody else has done in all these other TV shows. These people are mental. They actually are quite happy to say it in public, in front of everybody. Do you think they're going to actually not say it in private, behind the doors, while they're actually filming a scene?
People
can actually think. It's the same
because we hope.
Let's sideswipe it again, so I don't actually get a down from the three in the panel. Which I know I'm actually heading that way because I can be argumentative. But look at Picard. All these reviews are saying, "Oh, it's really good. You should watch it." Why the hell should I watch it? Yeah. Because it's 2 years of crap. Do you think because, oh, look, we've given you member berries and it's actually a lot better? Why the fuck should I watch it? Because there's 2 years of crap, so you've already lost me, so I'm not coming back. To me, it's the same with Doctor Who. Why should people come back to something they've actually have told them that we don't care who you are, we think you're wrong, you must, if you don't watch us, it's your fault, not ours. Why should people come back? And if they do, what they're saying, we forgive all your crap. It doesn't matter what you give us now.
Well, no, because it's because people still won't watch the crap. I think
the thing is, they're expecting all these people to come back because they brought in Tennant.
But then again,
people to go, oh, Tennant's here, we'll come in. We don't care what the stories are like.
But then, to put it the other way around, yeah. I mean, if it's crap, it's crap, and people watch. And as I said, I think if they bring Tennant in, it's reasonably good, and then it goes downhill, that will completely kill it. But the other thing is, I mean, I had this point with Big Finish, where Big Finish started doing absolute crap, and my attitude was, don't buy it, but don't just completely cancel Big Finish. Buy the stuff that's good. Positive encouragement. Encourage them for the stuff that's good, not the stuff that's bad. So if they bring Doctor Who back and they do, and they do make Doctor Who good, reasonably good, accept that, support the good stuff. I mean, I think you are. I think Tennant was brought back for the specific purpose, as you say, of giving people confidence, bringing people back in. Now, whether that was a cynical move to bring people back in so that they can then drop us with Shooty, or to bring people back in to give Shooty a chance from a relatively plain field without going directly on from the extremely unpopular Jodie, I don't know.
I think it's pragmatic. I think it's the only way to go. You have to just say, okay, people might accuse us of, shamelessly bringing David Tennant back, blah, 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 but they had to do something, because I think if they didn't do something really spectacular that they knew was going to bring a fair amount of, the viewership back,
Yes.
I think they would have just been ending up with another dud following the last dud.
The other thing,
which wouldn't have been fair to Shooty, because I do like him. I do have a good feeling.
But that's what I'm saying.
So
That's
far
why the biggest red flag to me was they didn't bring Shooty in straight away. The biggest red flag is, we don't think you'll cut it, so we're going to bring.
No, I don't think so. I respectfully disagree. I don't think so. I think they have great faith in Shooty.
I'm talking a load of crap. I'm okay with that.
That's what we do. We talk crap. But I think Shooty. I think they do have a lot of faith in Shooty, and I think
then
I just have a good feeling about it. Because that's how badly the show was damaged. That's how badly the show was damaged.
Shooty, why would they need to bring Tennant back? That's what
they had to push. They had to nuke it. They had to bring something in on a nuclear level to sort of.
That's all they done every other time. They just regenerated into a new Doctor if they thought it was going down. They bring a new Doctor in. So
but it was never this bad before, though. It was never this bad.
That's why I said they don't have the confidence in them, and that was a red flag, because they brought in Tennant because. Nobody
but the thing is, I don't think it was Shooty. I think any actor, no matter who it was, would not have been given a fair chance to sort of put his own mark on it, because I think the show was just so, it had gone through the mud. It was a laughing stock. So many of us had gone off of it. I mean, we were prepared never to go back to it. If things had stayed the way they were, that would have been it. It would have ended with Peter Capaldi. And that would have been it for us.
But that's another point as well. So, doesn't matter what crap they give you, eventually, if they give you a good episode, why would you go back to it? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I think people are wrong for doing this. I don't think. What I'm saying is, if they give you so much crap, and then they go, by the way, here's a good guy, you might like him because we've had him before, come back. And then it's a case of, well, see all that shite they've done for the last 3 years? Doesn't matter because you're coming back because...
No, I would.
That's what I'm saying. If people are willing to go back just because it's Tennant.
No. I would say
the crap meant nothing to them for the last 3 years.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. If people are still saying, well, Tennant said, I still don't care. I don't see an issue.
That would be the case if the BBC were still in control of it, but because
Bad Wolf are going to give
Bad Wolf
flagship
are back in with it, and there are different hands in the pot. So I've got a whole bag of but that's my point. I think I've lost my point now.
I think, Peter. I think you've got.
I'm going to get my hammer out in a minute.
Oh, no, sorry. God, if you remember when we sorry, I thought you said I was going to give you a chance to regain your thoughts. If you remember,
hard hat.
Yeah, put your hard hat on. Yeah,
it's all right. I'll reach for the bodkin armor piercing arrows.
Oh yeah.
Go on, Wendy. Sorry, I was merely trying to give
you.
I
did sort of lose my train of thought, but I think you get the gist. You know what I'm saying. I think this was rock bottom, and I think it was either give up the show altogether, cancel it, be done with it, let that be the end of it, or you had to basically drop a nuke on it.
Yeah,
you know, and you had to basically do something that was going to, and you know, it's a little cynical. Yeah, it is. It's a little cynical, but I think it's the only option they had. For sure.
They had another option, and I think it would have been a better option, like they did the last time, as Roman. Who, after all his cheek to me tonight, I don't think he'll ever be back. I think right. They should have cancelled it, mothballed it for another 10.
And that would have been fine with us. That would have been fine with us because we were so just heartbroken with it all, but it was already dead to us anyway.
I see what you...
Wacky Assassin's Tea House is the one that caused all this argument.
He bloody Japanese.
Yes.
And he should know better.
It's a great conversation.
It's the same as like Picard, the Orville, Doctor Who now. What next? Some of the Star Wars stuff. They basically...
I quite like the Mandalorian.
Crap for so long that you're out, and then they go, oh, here's a guy you like, or we've changed a couple of bits of it, and then you go, fine, we're back. You look at Gary As and all that, right? I like their reviews, but the fact is they've decided, no, you like it, come and watch it. Back off. Why should I come and watch something it's been shite for 2 years just because they've decided? No, but it's to give them the chance to let them know that you need to change. No. You boiled it up, so lose all your money. That's all I care about.
But I totally hear you. I totally hear you.
But that's the part I'm coming from. Is it doesn't matter how good it's going to be in the future, because of crap forgiveness. I'm out, and I don't see why anybody should actually believe it's going to be any different, because they've still put that crap out, and they're still. The first interview showed me how bad it's going to be. RTD ran his mouth off because I'm on a high. I'm back to Doctor Who. Oh, by the way, you plebs should stop actually saying you're going to cancel your BBC license. You should give us more money and shut your mouth.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the thing is,
basically that was him coming through because he was on a high, so he let his feelings come out.
I think RTD, whatever his personality may be, he actually has the talent which Chibs didn't have a drop of. RTD has the talent.
Take care, Jacob.
No, Jacob. RTD has the talent.
Hey, Jacob, thank you.
Actually put...
Yeah, he does.
You know he's got
not hammer us with it.
Yeah, you may be right, PJ. You absolutely may be right. I'll be the first one to admit it when we see the proof in the pudding. But I think, regardless of whether we're just going to get the rug pulled out from under us, which is a very distinct possibility.
Yeah.
I still cannot. I love Doctor Who too much to give up on it. I didn't think I was going to ever hear myself saying that, but
my wallpaper's the Type 40 TARDIS. You can see what I've got around me. Big Doctor Who fan, grew up watching it.
Yeah.
I even started collecting and watching the new stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then I realised I never rewatched it. Then series why I was out. Then Peter Capaldi came back. I thought, and then I realised the reason I stopped, I came back in because it was a new actor. Maybe it would change it because I knew he was a big fan. And it made things worse. And then they changed it again. And I was out before the change. I was glad I was out before the change. But I've seen all the reviews, what people have been saying. And my attitude is, you've stepped in that trap door 15 times and they've pulled it away from you. Why should you step again?
Oh, I agree.
It's a valid question.
I agree.
We know what they've done. And every time it went wrong, it was our fault because we are homophobic, we are racist, we are Islamophobic, we are phobic, we are anything and everything.
No, what we
because
actually are,
what's their crap. But
we are is crap phobic.
Look, there's a guy you used to
That's
like.
very well said, Colin. We are crap phobic. And we're connoisseurs, and we've been made connoisseurs because we've had some really great stuff over the years. But the thing is, here's the thing, right? We had Colin Baker's era, we had Sylvester's era, both amazing actors, fantastic actors, crap storylines, particularly for poor Sylvester, but fantastic actors who weren't given the best, deal out of it all. But we still came back to Doctor Who after it. I mean, I can remember when I first saw Dalek, Rose rather. But when Rose was magic. It was pure magic. And when you've sort of now that we know how badly the people in charge at the time treated, the BBC treated Doctor Who and just wanted to kill it. That wonderful feeling of elation and childlike glee to have it back when Russell brought it back has never left me. And because it's Russell, I would think I would be feeling very differently right now, PJ. I think if it wasn't Russell, I wouldn't have any faith at all in it because I'd be so broken about it. But I have faith in Russell's ability to deliver a product that expertly dances on multiple stages at the same time while delivering a final product that is entertaining and enjoyable for a very wide audience. I think he's a master at it.
I would agree with you if one thing had changed. One thing, that's all it needed to do. I would have agreed with you. If he hadn't been interviewed and opened his mouth. The first two...
That was a mistake, yeah.
The first 2 or 3... But that's what I'm saying. The first interview...
That was disappointing.
But he said that he continued with his second and then third. After that, it was almost a case of, shut up. Then he stopped. But what I'm saying is, if he hadn't done the interviews, then yes, there is everything you can base on what he's done.
It was heartbreaking in a way, but
his first interviews to me showed exactly the way he was getting into it. But
I think he's also got to be very careful what he says publicly. I think he has to sort of play both sides of the fence a little bit very expertly because he's gotta be able to do what he wants to do and be allowed to do it without alienating either side of the fence. And so I think
but the problem is he didn't not alienate. The first thing he did was alienated everybody who voted for Conservative.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake. I was shocked he did that. Yeah.
The thing
I
is,
was like,
he's
I'm not
effectively
like
turned
saying
around
either party, but I'm just saying, I was just shocked that knowing that he was trying to bring this show back, that he would just let loose like that.
But see, that's to me showed that's what I'm saying. Being a professional, he knows when he's in front of a camera what he needs to say. What did he say? What did he think was the right thing to say? That shows
that
his
did cause
attitude.
a little wobbly through the system. It did.
Oh, definitely.
It basically showed his attitude. To me, that is when somebody actually comes out and is on a high because I've just been brought back. What do you think? Well, I think this. They're telling you because they're on a high. They're telling you the truth. Their inside feeling.
Yeah, but
I mean, if somebody had probed and he says, "Well, I'm a Labour voter and I think the thing they're doing with that is wrong, and I think people should actually," but he didn't. He came out when nobody asked him the question, and he went out and he basically said it. That to me shows he's as bad as Chibnall, he's as bad as American Democrats, he's as bad as the left here, whatever. He's also as bad as the far right, the same idea, because he'll say what he believes, thinking, but for the lot is. I got my money. Thank you very much.
But the thing is, the only difference really is that he said it, whereas we have enjoyed other shows that the showrunners may have held very opposing political beliefs to us, but we never knew it. We never knew it because they kept their mouths shut. So this was just a situation
and they
where
didn't let it flow over.
Yeah, they didn't let it infiltrate the material, and that's where the sort of skill and the experience comes in to deliver that product. So I'm hoping against hope.
Where you're coming from, but I think his interviews actually just for me, people, me, it's all for me. I'm putting under my hat. This is my feelings. It's basically he basically turned around, basically called everybody who disagreed with him politically. He just basically wrote them off because you don't agree that you should be paying all your hard-earned money to us people who earn thousands and millions by making entertainment that you.
I totally agree with you there. Yeah.
Right, so he's effectively did that. And then what else did they say? He didn't introduce Duty as this is the guy, it's the doctor. What did they say about his sexuality? He basically highlighted it as if that was an issue. And you're sitting there thinking, really?
Did Russell highlight that though, or did the press highlight that?
No, it was him.
There's a guy, an American guy on Twitter named Gay Patriot.
Mm-hmm.
And part of his bio specifically says, "Don't vote with your body parts. It's gross."
Mm-hmm. There's a few out there.
I mean, I'm from a totally different perspective than the three of you. I only discovered Doctor Who in 2013, so it's been 10 years. And I can only imagine how heartbroken you are that Chibnall destroyed everything. I mean, I know how heartbroken I am, and I only started watching from Christopher Eccleston.
Yeah.
And I was saying, but I've said this before to Wendy, that as much as I love Peter Capaldi as a doctor, and I love him as an actor, and he seems like a terrific human being, I don't love his era. I prefer watching Tennant's era because the stories are uniformly better. And I've started watching the classic series, as you know, and I'm up to the season where Tom Baker mailed it in.
Yeah.
And I'm not enjoying it, but I'm watching it. And it's even then, it's better than anything Chibs did.
Yes.
Correct.
But you look at it in the Tom Baker, the Tom's era, when it was getting to that, what happened? They went.
But that's because, yeah.
But they don't go out with you. Oh, wait a minute, John, come here a minute. Going to go in there because we don't think this new guy's going to actually cut it.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. It's basically, even when it was getting bad, they turned around and goes, I think it's time for him to go and we'll bring somebody else on.
Agreed. But my point is that, as I said before, I've only been watching since 2013, and I know more about Doctor Who than Jodie did. And something's really wrong with that the person being paid millions of pounds to play the role didn't care.
Yeah.
She cared about the box ticking.
But the thing is, it's,
and the point
you knew she didn't need to care because did she actually go for an audition?
About the box ticking. I think he feels honored, and I think he gets how important this is, that this is a new direction, and he's got a chance to make things better.
Yeah, I think there was two things there. One, the difference between Shooty and Jodie, right? Shooty, even though maybe the interview pool was shorter, he still had to go through the interview process.
Right.
I don't think Jodie did. Oh, here's my pal. I want her to be the doctor. No, you want to look at somebody else? Nah.
No,
Just say you actually interviewed anybody, but she can get the job.
I thought I'd heard that she was second choice.
Nice.
But
remember, how many times have you heard that so and so was the second or third choice?
Yeah, but I did hear. I have no idea. You know, the validity of it, but I did hear that Olivia Colman was offered it and refused it, which was very smart on her part, and I think she had the experience to know that was going to be a poison chalice, because it was a fool ass thing to do in the first place.
Yeah, so in effect, he basically offered it to his two friends who he was working with on another show. One of them said no, and then he went to the second one. She went for an interview process. It just means that, well, she says no. Do you want it? Aye, all right then.
The only woman I could see even being remotely decent in the "I'm an alien, deal with it" would be Tilda Swinton.
Yeah, she's you know, she's got it.
Even acceptable in the role.
We had the perfect role model for that, and we had, you know, Michelle Gomez, who is pure gold dust on the screne.
Missy is a superb character. The only problem is she should not have been the master. But they did that solely so that they could have done the, well, I couldn't keep myself the master, could I, joke?
Yeah, but again, even though I fundamentally disagreed with her casting as the master as opposed to another character, I still enjoyed her scenes because of the mastery of her skill and what she does, and her entertainment and her, you know, and her spark.
Well, what strikes me is the really damn.
And I would basically wrapped it all the way around my mouth every time you mentioned it.
Well, the thing is, what got me is that they've actually had two potential female Doctor spin-offs.
Romana and Jenny.
No, not Romana. Two, not don't want, but the horrible end one, but the whole one with Clara and the Shielder, that could have been a female Doctor spin-off. They could have carried on those Doctor Who style adventures, not with a Time Lord, but that would have been. But yes, the other one, the obvious one, would have been Jenny, because Jenny was quite literally, she was the Doctor turned female, literally.
And they did fling her out there. I mean, they left her storyline wide open to be able to bring her back. Yeah.
Do you know another one I would have liked to have seen a spin-off?
Who?
Bambera and Lancelot.
They've done well. They've done.
They would have done it in Big Finish. I ain't talking about audios. I'm talking about a spin-off.
Yeah,
see, the audios. Remember, I keep saying this: different medias don't count. When we're talking about the TV show, we're talking about the TV show. Yeah. We can't actually say, but they did it in the audiobooks. The audiobooks is like turning around saying they did it in a comic. It's a different media. The audiobooks are mostly better we know that because they can, like a book, they can actually spend the time. The actors can actually spend the time to actually get it right. So what I'm saying is, if they were going to do something, I think the Bambera and Lancelot would have been a good spin because they could have gone to the alternate world and done it from there.
Well, they could. I mean, that would have been. I mean, the obvious ones to do a spin-off would have been Unit all the way through, right?
Joanna Lumley.
Yeah, a Unit under the Briggs spin-off, a Unit under Bambera spin-off, or as you said, Bambera just on her own going into the other universe.
Mm-hmm.
Those would be ideal spin-offs because you could have different stories. I mean, the thing is, some of these are things again that not necessarily, sadly, of course, because of age and people no longer being with us, the original spin-offs. But you could do some spin-offs with some of those ones. I mean, personally, I would actually quite like to see an animated classic era Unit spin-off because John Coleshaw does a fantastic Nick Courtney.
Do you know I would want to see a female Time Lord? Caroline Ford. Susan coming back.
Yes.
There we go. Link to the Doctor, the Doctor's granddaughter. Never mind the Doctor's daughter who was a clone. They just called it his daughter because it's a clone. Although it's a female, so it's not a clone. It's anyway, you go down that route. There's a release of the Doctor.
Yeah,
and you could go down that route.
You just got to
find.
Oh,
by the way, Michelle Gomez is a treasure. Michelle Gomez is a treasure. Look at for her channel. Michelle. Look at. She's very Scottish in it, shall we say? Michelle's look at American Life. I can't even remember what it is. I'm going to dig it out and I'll put it in the chat. It is basically a very good. Michelle Gomez is superb at it.
I listened to a Jenny story on Big Finish, and she's terrific. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think I'm about halfway through the second box set.
Yeah, I've only heard the first story, one of the first stories, Stolen Goods. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Terrific.
I mean, but there have been several of them. I mean, yeah, you're right, Paige. I mean, all you need to do is find some way to get to get Susan the TARDIS. Susan, Caroline Ford, or start off with that one, and then she could regenerate into another one, and then you've got. I mean, what strikes me as a really stupid thing is if they actually had the brains. You could do that. I mean, the one thing that they could do, it would actually take people to agree with, but struck me for ages, is if they were smart and they were actually prepared to put in the work and accept people who've got different views, they would simply say, right, okay, we've got a point here. We've got a point of divergence. There are two completely different universes. In one universe, the Doctor was a little child who fell through a gap in another universe. All that stuff. So all the backstory for Jodie, and that's one universe, one timeline universe. Completely different universe. No, the first Hartnell was the first Doctor, and everybody else. You've got the two of those going together. You can please everybody because you can please the people who like the Jodie style and that. And the woke crap, they can have their series. The people who don't, people who actually want proper, what we would call proper Doctor Who. Great. And you've actually got two, and you've actually got twice, you've actually got the audience there. You could do it now. You could do it now. You could have a male Doctor, and you could have, as I said, Susan. Or
Carol Ford is in her 80s.
Yeah. Well, that's what I said. I mean, yeah, obviously.
I don't think that would work.
Well, no. What I mean is, you do that, but you would probably, unfortunately, you almost immediately have to have.
You'd have to have a regenerated.
Yes,
suit.
you would. Yeah, yes, exactly. What I'm saying is, yes, you would do that. You would have one or two of them. I mean,
stories with Paul McGann.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Earthly Child and some of the others. She does a really good job on those stories.
Yeah, she does. Yeah. I mean, I know Pete, as Pete said, yeah, the audio is a separate medium, but
I know, but I love them. They're wonderful.
Oh, you know, I have. What I'm saying, but what I'm saying is, you did. I mean, what you would possibly do these days, you would perhaps have with the technology. I mean, especially if you got, well, I would say Disney Plus money, but Disney Plus is losing money. But you would perhaps have a de-aged Carol Ann Ford, Susan, something for an episode, something happens which causes her to age to Carol Ann Ford's natural age. And then she does that, and at some point shortly thereafter, she then regenerates. So you could do something like that.
The thing is, you don't need to have her de-aged. You can actually have her be 400-500 years old.
Well, yeah, you could do that. Yeah, this is
not a whole lot of stories you can do with somebody who's in their 80s.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, which is what I mean. I would love to have seen him in my.
What's his name? The guy who played Harry, because they thought if they were going to have an old doctor, there's so much he can do. You can't be running down corridors with somebody's in their 80s.
No. Yeah, I mean, my two.
I'm in my 60s and I don't run down corridors.
Yeah, my two.
I don't run. Full stop.
I do if there's a spider.
Yeah. my two major. I've got 3 picks, but my 2 almost dream picks for the next Doctor would have been Tom Ellis and, until he passed away, David Warner. But as you say, David Warner, far too old to do much of the action stuff. Similar situation. You're right. If
Wonderful
you're going to do
actor,
that,
though.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you're going to do that, you've either got to have you've either got to have kind of Picard and Riker, where you've got one character does the action stuff, and if you need to do it, I don't know, maybe if I had a chuckle, I imagine, but the action stuff and all the rest of it, and one of them does the not so actiony stuff, the thinking stuff, and that's what, because it's one thing I thought that they did very cleverly as the reasons they did on one of the changes they made with Next Generation. As they said, the captain of the ship is not going to be, the captain of the ship is going to be far too valuable to risk on every away mission like Kirk used to go. So that's what you got a first officer for. So similar situation, if the actor playing your Doctor or your main character is too old to do the big action scenes and the rest of it, then that's where the companion comes in. Or, as we said, you do that and you get to a point and then you regenerate the character. But either of those would be, and again, you would have a Susan series going and a Doctor series going. Christ's sakes, if you want to bring back classic characters and people, grab all the Big Finish, bring in bloody Gallifrey, bring in the Gallifrey series. You've got Romana too and Leela, both of whom you could have a series, another female-led series, which works fine. There's so much you could actually do. All you need to do is you need to introduce your new character. Yeah, exactly. But
basically, I say the same as Nerdrotic as well. There is so many they could have gone down a different route.
Yeah,
it's a massive missed opportunity.
Basically, the biggest problem was they knew what they were going to do anyway, and you saw as soon as they mentioned it. Before Michelle Gomez popped in as the Master, they mentioned it. I wasn't always. I think it was the comment was
the Corsair.
But I wasn't always a thing. Yeah, that's the thing. But it's basically been down that route. And the thing is, as soon as they mentioned it, it has to be. It can't be the Doctor first. They have to thing me. So they get a good actress, Michelle Gomez, and that link I put in the chat is to Heather's American Medicine. Hilarious. Michelle Gomez at her Scottish finest.
Yeah,
I would definitely recommend giving that a view. That's the playlist for all our stuff. Anyway, they bring in a great actress who can do a lot. They could have brought in a couple other actresses that have been really good as well, but they deliberately did it. And it can show you how good versus bad. They brought in John Sims, which people would have thought, see, he's back to being male again. No, he was crap. John Sims was not the master either.
No.
Because the master is always subtle, a bit of a psycho, but he's subtle. But John Sims was over the top. Let's look what the Americans do for absolutely crazy. So he has to be like that.
Yeah.
I suppose I completely hear that, and I do get it. I liked John Sim. I thought some of the stories he was a little bit too over the top, but I think there were scenes where he was OTT, but he was actually genuinely taking it to a level of scary, that I think worked. They don't all have to be Roger Delgado, because there is only one Roger Delgado, and there will always be only one Roger Delgado, and he is the master of all time and space. But I think I didn't dislike John Sims' master. I found some of the storylines getting a little bit tiresome with his master, but I didn't hate it. I mean, I
suppose it looked at it as, I'm not talking about Delgado was the ultimate, but you look at Ainsley, he did it as well.
Ainley. Well, I mean,
but he still tried to play it a bit subtle and all that. Yeah. But I think anytime I saw John Sims, I just thought
the problem was
again. Let's turn up the volume to 15 because that's where it's going to go.
The reason
there was nothing, to me, there was no nuance in his portrayal of it. It was just all go all the time.
The problem with the John Sim character, I think, was that the character had been designed to be the nutcase who'd been driven mad by the 4 beats. John Sims played the character he was given very well. Unfortunately, I didn't particularly like my biggest problem.
Master. John Sims played a Time Lord who'd been driven crazy by the sound of the drums.
My biggest problem.
He wasn't the master. The same as Michelle Gomez wasn't master, but she was really good.
My biggest
portraying the part. But none of the two of them to me were the master. Didn't matter if one went back to being male because I didn't think they should be changed to sex, whatever. To me, John Sims was not the master the same way Michelle Gomez was not the master, because it'd be like Colin Baker. How many times when we were watching it, obviously some people only started watching it 2013. Some people might be a wee bit earlier than that, but some of us older folk, how many times did we watch Colin Baker and think, he's not a doctor?
Yeah. I mean, my biggest...
Even right up to the point he regenerated, I know people who says, he wasn't a doctor, I don't really count him. Because they changed his personality, so he wasn't a doctor. And I know a lot of people, they still don't count Colin Baker as the doctor. He's just an actor who was in that part.
My biggest problem with the John Sims master was the fact that it came 5 minutes after, oh my fucking God, Derek Jacobi is the master!
Oh, Derek.
And then you went to bloody John Sim. No.
It was an unfortunate transition, wasn't it? Because it was a hard act to follow. Let's face it. Derek Jacobi is God.
Nobody can call it Derek Jacobi and come out.
No, exactly. You have no chance, basically.
When he killed the nurse, remember the bit when he killed the nurse who was so infatuated with him? That was the master.
Yeah,
quite happy to go.
5 minutes and John Sim. 5 minutes and. Jacobi was the master.
He was brilliant.
He was The second
Because
to last, the second only to Delgado because they're written for Delgado.
But see, I thought he was good because he was subtle. Like, for instance, the nurse
exactly.
who looked up to him, followed him everywhere, and tried to actually impress him. And then when he turned into the master, he killed her. Offhand, not thought. Very subtle, didn't he? Whereas to me, if they'd waited 5 minutes and John Sims has appeared, we would think, right, don't put a red button anywhere if he's going to press that. Because he's not the master. The master would go, oh, I've got the red button. Right. Hello, everyone. Hello, the universe. I know you can hear me. I have the red button. I'll end everything. Unless you give me everything I want, I will press it.
People of the world,
eventually.
people of the universe.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is, John Sims would be going, oh, red button. And that's the thing. It's the difference between the master and John Sims.
John Sims' character was so written to be so overacted.
Yes, but I'm not saying John Sims did anything wrong. I'm just saying he wasn't the master the same as Missy wasn't master to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
but I mean, the thing is,
I'd heard I've seen Sacha Dhawan in a bunch of things. I just put this in the chat. I've seen him in a bunch of things or heard him on Big Finish in some things. He was in one of my very favorite Big Finish stories. It's with it's Classic Doctor's New Monsters. Peter Davison is the doctor in a story about the Weeping Angels, and Sacha Dhawan is in it, and he's terrific. But he's
a marvelous actor.
Pardon, Wendy?
He's a marvelous actor.
He is. He's terrific.
I saw.
Wasn't the master.
I was only
I couldn't actually even judge him. I just don't know.
No,
he got when he was doing that dance. I was laughing.
That have you seen someone has done a video, and what they've done is they've taken clips from Doctor Who.
I put that
on the whole thing from Doctor Who doing Rah Rah Rasputin
on Discord.
It's bloody amazing.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Yeah. When I only saw Sacha Dhawan in the docudrama about when he played the first director.
Yes, correct. He was superb. He's amazing.
Exactly. So that's him. He was really good in that. I've got the DVD of that, and I thought the two played Verity Lambert and
Waris Hussein.
Yes, Jessica Chastain, I think her name is.
I'm trying to remember what the character name for Sacha.
Waris Hussein.
Waris Hussein, aye. Sorry, you did say that a wee minute ago. It just, for some reason, it went, boom. It basically, I opened the mouth and it disappeared before I actually could say the words. But Waris and I think the two of them who played Verity and Waris were really good. I didn't realise that was Sacha Dhawan. He was really good in that part.
The woman who played Verity was also in, wasn't she the actress in, oh God, what was that episode with Matt Smith? It was an 11th Doctor story where she plays the empath. And find the woman who is actually her descendant.
I'm trying to remember. It's been a while.
With Dougray Scott.
Don't know.
Ooh.
It's a good. I like it. It's a story where Matt's 11 and Clara go to this big old, like Edwardian mansion, and it's supposedly haunted, and then
the one about
historical Clara,
they were out of phase of time, and they took the pictures. They took the 3 pictures outside his TARDIS, and then put them all together, and it looked like somebody running.
Monster in a separate universe and a monster in the I like that. But anyway, same woman is in both. Jessica Rain, I think it is.
Rain, that's it. Yeah, she's a marvelous actress as well.
What we sent us that comment you had.
That show, the one about the nurses.
Called The Midwife.
Thank you.
Called The Midwife, yeah.
Which I've never seen, but
now she would have been even though she's not like an intense personality like Michelle Gomez, she would have lent more believability to that role than Jodie was able to do. I mean, because she's such a superb actress. Again, I'll always fundamentally disagree with the gender swap option of an established character. Make a new character, fine.
Well, how many times have we said that? Make a new character if you want.
That requires talent. Yeah.
But every time they have to put a gene stealer into an existing character and take that character over.
See, the problem is, it's not necessarily. Let's say they've created a new character and it's good, right? They don't care about that. The means the hard work just starts because it's good and they need to get you to watch it.
Yeah.
And that takes hard work saying, oh, by the way, why don't you give this a chance? You might like it. Look, here's a trailer. You might like it. Tell your friends that they might like it. They don't want that. They would say well, I've written a new character. Can I just actually call it that and we'll just create it in that and we'll just say it's that? Because people will watch it and then they might like it. Yeah. They don't care about the work to get there. They just want the people, all right, we know that character, so we'll go and see it. It's like I told you one about my nephews. He thinks the new Star Wars is the greatest thing in me. And I said to him, what about this? He says, they're more powerful than Vader and stuff like that. I says, aye, because what they do is they just go tick, 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 tick. I says, so everything is bigger and better because they can't make the character better. So what they do is give them more powers. If you look at Henry Cavill's Superman, he'll probably be more powerful than the original comic book Superman. Just because they add to make the stories more impressive. It's the same idea with the Sith now compared to the Sith back when it was Vader. But he's more powerful than Vader. He might be more powerful because they've given him extra powers. However, Vader was a better Sith. He was a more interesting character just because he's powerful. But people just see, he's a better because he's more powerful. He can do this. He can do that. She can pull a ship down from the sky. Easy peasy. Vader couldn't do that. Right, because Vader just goes to the guy, right, shoot it down, blow it to pieces. Why did they need to? The guy said, no, you're right. Right, you shoot it down, go, no problem, big man. Here you go. Bang. It's a case of they says, but they can do this, they can do that. So they've got power. The only difference is you saw the power because they have to show it now. They don't say, right, look how powerful Vader is, but you didn't really see him do anything except go to a guy or basically get something drawn to him. They didn't show overpower. They didn't see him actually taking the Millennium Falcon, dragging it down and putting it down himself. No, because he didn't need to. His power was in his persona. You knew he was powerful just for the simple fact is everybody read when he was around. But nowadays they have to show how powerful they are because the thing you're going to believe that the people are scared of them because you don't know what they could do. Somebody's scared of them, then you think he must be powerful. You don't need to show it. But nowadays they show everything, and that's why the problem with the franchises is they can't build a character up, so they'll just say, we'll just call it him.
They either show everything to the last detail,
right,
or they tell you without doing anything. They do not have the ability to let you pick things up. They have to either bash over it and tell you about it. So show, tell, not don't show anything, or they show you in minute detail that you can't miss the point.
Roman just cracked me up in the chat.
Wow. We're not having a Star Wars fight. We're no more than Star Wars is crap. There's nothing to fight about. Having said that, I'm actually might watch season 3 of The Mandalorian. I quite like The Mandalorian when I got back in. But
The Mandalorian coming.
I might actually watch the
I will
only
give that a
three
watch when
Star
we get
Wars
the opportunity.
movies that ever mean anything. They're not 4, 5, and 6. They're 3 movies. End of story.
Yep. Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Bikini. I mean Jedi.
But it's been because it's the same idea as, I know it sounds crazy, but I have been asked, oh, so you like 4, 5, and 6? No, I like 1, 2, and 3. Oh, you like the prequels? No, I like 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3, yeah.
Not
Thank
minus
you.
3.
Yeah.
So, not minus 3, not minus 2,
Number
minus
you
1.
give them, there's only 3 movies.
Yeah.
So you can say 4, 5, and 6. What's 4, 5, and 6? I don't care about 4, 5, 6. There's only
I like Star Wars. Not A New Hope. I like Star Wars.
My attack and the funny thing was, Gary said almost identical to me. I hate bloody prequels. I hate prequels.
Yeah, they never a good idea.
1 or 2 okay prequels. I know he was arguing with Jeremy, and Jeremy says, no, a sucky prequel is sucky, but a good prequel is good. And it's the fact is, as he says, as soon as the prequels came around, everybody says, oh, we'll need to do a prequel. Oh, we'll need to do a prequel. No. Stop actually taking the same characters who just met in this movie and then have them somehow meet years before and forget.
Yeah, that's the thing is, I mean, in a way, the Star Wars is, I think, pretty much unique in this, in that the prequels aren't written as prequels. What they are, what the prequel films are, is they're the first 3 stories in Lucas's vision, so he could make them.
Request that you guys stop doing this. See, you save all this stuff for later on, and then you just like, oh, you know what's going to piss Roman off while he's cooking? Oh, watch this. It'll be funny. Oh, let's talk about Doctor Who. And then, oh, what? I bet he's done with dinner now. Let's bring out Star
heard
Wars.
you. Yeah, we actually heard you from here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God. No! But it's fine. It's fine.
Do you know what it was like? It was almost like somebody went, damn, and all.
Roma,
like
you remember the scene?
Like the Big Bang Theory. We can.
So yeah, you guys brought the ship down with the power of the Force, and here I am once again. I got a few more minutes. I can pop in and have a legitimate fight with PJ about. Actually, I agree with PJ about everything he said. There are 3 movies.
Let's just talk about something that Roman doesn't know anything about.
Same here.
No, I didn't come back for that, Colin. I'm going to watch The Mandalorian. I'm going to watch season 3 of The Mandalorian because I liked The Mandalorian seasons 1 and 2. I hated the Book of Boba Fett, as you all know, but I'm going to watch season 3 of The Mandalorian.
What's going to interest me is I didn't see the Book of Boba Fett.
And don't. So, you'll feel better about yourself.
What I'm going to be interested in seeing is, because I've obviously seen reviews and stories, and like some of the things, really. Will season 3 of The Mandalorian explain why Baby? I think it's March. I think.
Okay.
March 1st.
Yeah.
So you've got both the Last of Us ends that weekend. And then Book of Boba Fett the Mandalorian season 3 up on that Wednesday. Sorry.
I'm wondering if first episode, if they're going to, in any way, shape, or what at all, explain why Baby Yoda's back, why he's back. People who didn't see.
My wife taught me that.
Let me see. I want to try it. I want to try to see if this works over the internet.
Forced joke.
There were several people in my neighborhood who had Baby Yoda lawn decorations on Christmas.
Yeah, same in my neighborhood. I'm
No,
like, what the F does Baby Yoda?
What we need to
Kelly,
do is have them as
Julie, what happened to your
Halloween
avatar? Why is Julie just a blob now? What happened to your avatar?
I'm
I
there.
go away for a little.
No, I can see it.
No,
Yeah,
that was after that.
Really? It's just me?
You should have them as Halloween decorations because remember,
It's weird.
phone home.
So I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to change it.
No, it's basically icons.
You're
Fine. Just Roman's eyes actually just falling apart.
But I don't know how to
No,
change it.
on my screen, she's the white blob with the little thing in the middle. But on YouTube, which I have on this computer,
the Snoopy icon.
Yeah, with a red cushion with a wee dog sitting in it. With its paw hanging down.
Yeah, the mob is in or the mob. The dog is in this one. The blob. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows why these things happen? God himself doesn't know.
It's Snoopy the cat. No, what I was saying though is I think that.
So Colin, you were talking about Blake 7.
Yes.
I still need to watch.
I had to wait until
No!
you have
Nothing. No, sir.
I had to wait until you drink
Good day, sir.
Babylon, Blake's Babylon 12.
You're literally making these up. You remember Babylon 12? Yeah, it came after Babylon 11, which came after Babylon 11.
What are you drinking?
Let's not even talk about Babylon 7. What about that one?
7 and 5. Well, 7 and 5 itself. Now, what I was saying was, I think we on the subject of sequels, I agree entirely. If you write something that comes before, if you do,
if you write a prequel,
yeah, you write something that comes beforehand. So, for example, that's why, for example, in my opinion, Enterprise worked because it wasn't a direct prequel to Star Trek. It was same universe set earlier. I mean, the thing, as I said, that as I understand it, all along, Lucas always imagined Star Wars as 3 trilogies. So the first, what we refer to as the prequels, were in his head. They existed beforehand. It's just that he didn't think the technology was there in the 70s to make them. So what you've got is you've got 9 stories, and the middle 3 are the first ones to get middle 3 are the first ones to get made. Whereas most of these days, that you get something done, and then they'll actually decide to make a prequel to it.
I myself, I think PJ and I agree on this. Prequels are a kind of weak way to make more money. It's like, look, we'll just bring the characters, we'll put them in an environment that's mildly familiar, and then we'll completely dork it out. Sequels, on the other hand, although this set of sequels was terrible, they didn't have to be. I think all of us in our heads, oh, there she was. It was like Julie was there for a second and she was gone. She's back.
I give up. I'm just.
I
give up.
There we go.
I'll be live. Me and my bad hair day.
So every one of us
be glad
has
I don't
come up with a better version of the sequels than you actually got in our own private conversations. I know Matt, the drummer, and I have gone through at least 6 or 7 different scenarios that have given a better resolution to what happened after the collapse of the Empire in Return of the Jedi. Because there are a lot of ways you could have done it, and there are no ways that they did it that were good. All they did was, usurp the Empire with the First Order. Fantastic. That's great. But you didn't cover, there were probably a lot of warring factions within the Empire, because it didn't just go away, but you end up with like isolated generals and admirals who now have their fiefdoms who want their piece of the pie, but you have no central authority. Anything like that would have been better than what you got vomited upon you with the First Order.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to have to, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm going to have to bail very reluctantly because I'm having an absolute blast. This has been a really great discussion tonight. We've had so much fun. The cats are literally breaking in. They're clawing the door down. It's going to be like a scene in Alien soon where they use the big cutting machine to come to the door. you know. And I'm gonna have to basically throw some raw meat on the floor just to get from one end of the flat to the other.
Seems legit. Seems legit.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm reluctant to sign off. I won't be surprised to hear you all at, in another 4 hours still going.
I hope not. I've got to get up tomorrow.
Look, I've had breaks.
We'll need to start winding down. And by the way,
is a really bad hockey game.
The longest we've done is 5 hours, nearly 6 hours. 5 hours 40 or something like that.
God.
I think there was one we did 6 hours, but it wasn't. It was. I think we had to take it down for some reason because.
Is that when Jim was asleep for at least 3 of those hours?
No. Basically, we shut the thing, mate. We shut the stream down, and we contacted them.
What are you doing?
We shut the stream down at 12:30, and we asked him what time he shut down, and he said that it's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my God.
And left it streaming. We just actually ended the stream. We didn't let it sit there. But we have had a longer stream, 5.5 hours.
That's really great.
This is only 4.5.
Yes.
Yeah, we're not doing too bad tonight.
It wasn't
thank you so much, everybody.
It wasn't my younger days.
Right, Win.
Thank you for joining us, and remember singing in the rain on Wednesday.
Yeah,
Which
singing in the rain.
Some like it hot.
Oh, I thought you some like it hot. I know you got me all excited though. I thought, oh, Gene Kelly, I'm in.
Some like it hot. Singing in the rain. Singing in the rain.
No, he said singing in the rain first.
Oh,
he got me all excited.
Some like it hot. Singing in the rain's at the end of March.
Okay, good.
So.
Right.
Some like it hot Wednesday.
Right. Good night, everybody. Thanks for
Night,
joining us.
Good night, Wen.
Thank you.
This has been a blast. Take care.
Ta-da.
Good night, Wen.
Good night.
Right. Do you know why I dislike prequels?
Because they're too dark.
90% of the time, they ruin the originals. Because
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Things because to make it more interesting. Some prequels work. I've seen one prequel. Believe it or not, it was an X-Man, Days of Future Past.
Oh,
they had different actors, actually, and then they walked in, and there's Wolverine sitting there. He goes, "We'd like to talk to you." Fuck off.
Fuck off. Yeah, 100%. That one was great. Because they did a nice job with those movies. Well, yes, most of those movies.
They basically set it far enough back that they were dealing with something that had happened. So it's not going to change anything. They just didn't know how it happened, but they had to make sure it changed. However, you look at Rouge 1. They basically went from Princess Leia to being the hero who managed to get the plans as part of her team to somebody handed them to, could you actually give them?
Well, she did die.
Yeah.
The Rogue One basically changed her story. But in Rogue One, they changed her story. She was only in it at the end so somebody can handle stuff.
To be fair, PJ, I never suspected that Princess Leia actually had a physical hand in getting those plans for the...
I
assumed it was through a series of agents and they ended up with her.
The way I always thought it was she was because she was royal, she was part of the network that gathered the information, because being a royal, she was a bit above suspicion. So she was part of the network to get the information.
This must
and then
be
she was the one that's hiding it.
British
view. Somebody handed it to her on a ship that she just so happened to be on and then getting chased down. Effectively, she went from the hero of the resistance to just that lassie we handed stuff.
So in the American world, the royals are not magical beings.
They're not magical over here. The Queen was. The rest of them are.
I will not disrespect the Queen. I'll disrespect the King because he's a freaking ape. But the Queen, yes. God love her.
Yes.
But like I said, in my perception of the episode 4, Star Wars, which we view as episode 1. I never assumed that Leia got that stuff. I assumed it was just, like I said, it was passed on to her through a series of agents. She got the plans, and she was carrying plans as a courier to get them where they needed to go. So that's, like I said, in my head, it kind of played out the way it actually was. When I saw Rogue One, I didn't get anything out of that I didn't expect, except for that last Vader scene on board the ship where he's slicing everybody to death with the lightsaber and using the Force, and I love that to death. I actually enjoyed Rogue One a lot. Andor, we talked about that, which is kind of the prequel to Rogue One, which is they're making a prequel to a prequel at this point because Disney has no original ideas. I thought it was a very decent series. I thought it was a very mature series. I thought the pacing of the series was terrible, but I thought the overall series was good. But you're as a principal, PJ, with the limited exception of the X-Men movies, prequels are shite. They are not good. Because they make a left turn on characters, and you're like, that's funny. I don't remember Batman buggering Robin in an alley. That's funny. How did that happen?
You mean you don't remember Spock? You don't remember Spock talking about his sister?
Yeah, the whole time never mentioned that sister who actually showed me everything. Or by the way,
Discovery.
See those two droids we just saw and you bringing back? I built that one. What's it doing here? That's not an I built. Well, yeah, I built that droid, but for some reason I forgot I built it.
Yeah. Well, and so now apparently Leia forgot that she'd not only she had her life saved by Obi-Wan Kenobi. Well,
Kenobi. Oh, so bad.
Melvin, I 100% agree with that. That young death about half of death. Absolute junk.
That's like Alien. The Alien prequels. They weren't better. They weren't even good. The Alien prequels effed up the idea of the alien. Yes. I didn't need to know that some android created the species based on some strange, life form on a planet. I like them better as the aliens were. They've always been.
They were basically that's how they actually spread.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, they're a parasitic species.
Yes.
That's fine. That's better. Like, I don't want to going to the Predator homeworld, hanging out and watching Dad Predator read the paper while his kids, go at each other with lasers and missiles. I don't need to see that. I just need to know the predators are a species and they are hunters.
Well, yes. I quite liked for the idea that came out for a while that the predators actually created, or at least had a hand in evolving the aliens for the purpose of hunting them. But I don't.
I can see, honestly, Colin, I see that as a better alternative.
Oh yeah,
to what we got. No, I don't need an origin, but if I had to have an origin, the predators having created them as a species to hunt. Well, it's not even to hunt. It's what they do. They create them for their young to hunt. To become blooded, that's what they call it.
Yeah,
that's their rite of passage, so to speak. Is they kill an alien and now they are blooded and now they are a hunter. So,
and do you know who we should ask about that? We should ask the Herodians because they wanted both of them. Because you remember one of the Voyager episodes, we all discovered.
Yeah, I remember the Herodians.
There was an alien carcass.
Actually,
skeleton.
I'm sorry. I actually know what the origin of the aliens is.
Oh yeah,
I've read Warhammer 40K. I know that they're gene stealers that are actually advanced scouts of the Tyranid Hive Fleet.
I didn't understand a single word you just said.
Yeah, I didn't either.
No.
I did. Unfortunately, that's the problem. The gene stealers are this alien type of creature. They are the advanced scouts, which from the Tyranids, which is the name of the aliens' hive fleet, because they're a hive mind. So they're basically a worker bee going, the flowers are here. The flowers are here.
And they
Well,
were
unfortunately, I played 40k. I understood every word
and
of the word.
they were very much inspired by the original Alien movies. And in fact, if you play the early Warhammer games, board games like Space Hulk, it's the same as playing Alien.
Yeah, I've played Space Hulk, and
Yeah,
it's
I love
exactly,
those. Yeah.
you could be playing Alien again. The only difference is instead of does anybody actually confuse you with a man? No. Do they confuse you? So they're no starting about with just the bog standard the material outfit. If they're all actually wearing power armor, and that's the only difference.
It don't matter.
That's the only difference between Alien and Space Hulk. You're playing
that was
on
one.
the table.
So PJ, I actually had a revelation this week, which I hadn't had before. And I know we're late in the show, so I apologize. I'm still fresh in the day, but mildly drunk. That Vasquez from Aliens
12:30 in the morning
was the stepmom in Terminator 2. Same actress. I didn't know that.
Basically, not only did she get killed in one, she
got killed in the other, right? Both James Cameron hates women. He's a misogynist. Boom.
No, he actually hates her.
Stream is done. Wrap it up.
He hates Latino women.
Well, so he's a racist and a misogynist.
Well, wasn't
he's a Latino?
And the worst part is, in the Aliens, she was the best. if I wanted a soldier guarding me, Martinez,
you want her? I don't want that weird blonde guy. I don't like that guy.
Wasn't the
no
other
way,
female,
man, no way.
Wasn't the other alien in female the sister of the younger daughter in Lost in Space?
There are so many layers there.
Yeah, wasn't she Angela Cartwright's sister?
Oh, I don't know.
Newt, you gotta go. All right, guys, I gotta go this time. I really have to go. This time.
We will be finished up, but Roman, thank you very much. Enjoy your food.
Next time.
The food is done. Mrs. of the Empire has to go to mass right now, so it leaves me in charge of what's left of the Empire. Terrifying prospect as that might be, but thanks for bringing up these topics, which make me so mad I have to come back. So don't bring up anything in the next hour or so. Go to bed, PJ. I don't want to see you transform. You're like, I'm Gary. I've got a beard. My wife, she owned a beauty shop. I'm a comic shop owner. Oh, I'm Gary.
Do you know what we're going to do? We'll actually make it dead easy for you. On Saturday, the 4th of March, it's a Doctor Who topic. Son
of a bitch! You bastard! You know I can't be there, and yet you do this to me.
Oh God!
It's things like this that started the revolution, my friend. All right, you guys take care. I'll see you.
All right.
Night, Roman.
Hey, Alex, we're actually, believe it or not, yeah.
Alex is here?
He was cycling, so.
He's on the road.
Yeah, I'm in Richmond at the moment.
On the road again.
Bridge.
On the road again.
Yeah. So where are you, Alex?
I'm by Richmond Bridge.
Right, I don't know where that is. I'm saying that if I know London at all.
Southwest London.
In Richmond.
Yeah.
I've been to London several times, but that doesn't ring any bells.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get some decent
So it's not Bowbells then? Ding dong. Sorry, I said it's not Bowbells then. Ding dong.
No, I went past that earlier.
See, I bet that rings a bell.
Quasimodo, that rings a bell.
Yeah.
Machine that goes ding.
Terry Thomas. Ding dong.
I'm surprised it's still going after what?
We are actually. We had the big Doctor Who discussion, and it set me on a rant or 2 or 3 or 4. Or
it's
5.
all Wacky Dacky Tea House's fault. Just morning in Japan.
Wakahashi's Tea House asked a question, and it set us off. But we're going to be winding up now. But it's nice of you getting back in contact. You still out and about? You're all going.
Yeah.
Well, sorry. The ones at this side of the pond are getting ready to go to their bed.
Yeah. You see that?
Richmond
Richmond
Riverside,
Riverside.
Richmond Landing. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, well, the Thames is over there, and it's very
Okay.
tight tonight.
I know where the Thames is.
Oh God! Now I'll be taking photos later on Instagram because the thing is, I've got to go back through London, so I'm going to take a stroll along the South Bank area.
Well,
So
enjoy
that'll be
yourself
good.
and stay safe in London.
Oh, it's all right. Tonight's well, I've got to have a bag of crisps, a can of Coke, and a Mars bar now just to recharge.
Well,
be
at this
careful.
time, I would actually have been, if I was out cycling, I would have actually been in my kit.
I was going to say,
I would have
be
actually
careful,
gone, nah,
Alex,
that's me, I'm going home now.
be careful what you eat and drink because you're probably in an ultra low emission zone.
There you go, look. Wakahashi's Tea
Yeah,
House. It
I
is
noticed a lot. I noticed
9:35 in the morning, Sunday morning, there.
I noticed a lot of cars going at 20 miles per hour in London.
Well, isn't that the bloody speed limit for most of London these
It
days?
used to be 30, really.
Yeah, thanks to that gig
Yeah.
you got in charge.
I
Right.
know.
Really, Wakahashi, it is actually 12:36 here, and it was bucketing down. It was basically, what is it they say? Pissing down.
It's quite
You know what I mean?
nice, see it. Oh, hello, Peter Heron. Just looking at the chat for a minute. Yeah, it's I can see the stars tonight anyway. Shame I ain't got my telescope, but I sold that.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, well, no, it's basically up here. It was pushing it down. I've not looked in the last 4 hours, 36 minutes, 4 seconds, but that's because I've been in here.
Yeah, and I've been enjoying myself out here.
Now you've been enjoying yourself in here.
Yeah.
Now I've got to go and put all my toys away.
Well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you one last view before I go.
Yeah, no problem, because we're going to actually finish off here. And right, Ali, I'll catch you later.
No problem. I'll see you the Saturday after next.
Yeah, no problem. Enjoy.
Take care.
Bye.
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 Yeah, Evan, I was actually going to say that, and I didn't want to say it because I might have stepped in my 2 dogs. It's raining cats and dogs, and I stepped in a poodle. I was so tempted. That's why I just went down with the pishing down. But thank you very much, everybody. Anything coming up, guys? Gillian?
Tomorrow is Mr. Hyde and Wendology's B movie channel.
What's the movie this week?
Oh, God.
It's
I
the
know
horror.
it's
It's
terrible.
it is. Oh,
No.
God.
Oh gosh. Is it Singing in the Rain?
No.
That's your.
Singing in the Rain is my channel at the end of March. That was my fault.
No, I don't remember what tomorrow's show is, but it's probably going to be terrible.
It will be. It was. Oh God, what was it?
Because Retro Doc's movie is coming up in 2 weeks, and his movie is guaranteed to be terrible. My movie is coming up in March, and my movie's actually really good. Not objectively good, really good. And I don't remember what's coming up tomorrow.
I can't remember. I basically.
I cannot remember. Hold on, let me see if I can figure this out.
Unfortunately, I missed last week's one because I
Oh, Colin, it was so bad.
It was so bad.
I've actually got it to watch. I missed it because I had such a long weekend.
Oh, I think it's Love at First Bite.
Oh wow,
Love at First Bite, as in Leslie Nielsen.
I believe.
Excellent.
No, George Hamilton.
Oh, the earlier one. Oh, that should be fun.
I think it's Love at First Bite. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
That's not a terrible one.
No, it's not. But we'll have a blast because there will be, as usual, hot and cold running snark.
Yes. Well, last week's was that, but the week before, the dinosaur one was so bad it was good, and I enjoyed it. But last week was so bad it was just bad.
I've actually got it to watch. I didn't realise I downloaded it a while ago to watch. I still haven't watched it. But the reason I didn't actually watch it was unfortunately I was at after the weekend.
Okay.
I went to bed about 7 o'clock.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
I got up about 11.
Oh, we would have been long gone by then.
No.
Yeah.
Monday,
Yes.
you would have been. I got when I say 11, I mean 11 Monday morning.
No, oh my gosh, you slept
Yeah.
that long?
I slept on and off that long, yes.
That sounds
I
like
was-
when I had COVID, I slept 18 hours, almost 18 hours. a
I know.
month.
Well, I plan to do that tomorrow morning.
Well,
I
good.
can't. I've got to get up for
I'm going
practice
to my
again
bed as
tomorrow.
soon as I finish, and then I'm going to go. I'm just going to actually just no alarm, nothing.
Well,
Even
it's
the dogs are trained to
PM
actually not
here.
wake me up on a Sunday. Mind you, the dogs usually lie beside me until Sunday. Sunday's the one day they don't go downstairs for their breakfast. They just think, I'll get it when I get up.
And I'm going to go downstairs and watch Full Circle, the remaining 2 episodes.
Yep. So, well, enjoy. And ladies and gents, boys and girls, thank you for sticking with us throughout these 1 or 2 mild conversations.
It's been a blast, as always.
It has been, and that's what I like, a simple question.
Yeah. And in 12 months' time, we may actually finally have an answer.
Yeah, no, 24 months' time. I reckon by the end of December, I'll be going.
Don't forget, by the end of December, we'll have had 3 David Tennant as the 14th Doctor episodes.
No, I'm talking about the end of, because he says next year says no, right, by the end of the December,
right?
As in 2025.
Yeah,
2025. We will know.
Oh, well, yeah.
Because basically, we're going to have the first season, and the first season's going to tell people I was right, but I don't want to say that I was right because I know I'm going to be right.
You need to catch up on Death in Paradise.
I will. I'll put that on my to find
That's
list.
what I should be doing tomorrow.
You really need to catch up on Death in Paradise because, as I told Gary, episode 7 is a doozy. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
I will have a look, and I'll definitely hunt for it, and I'll sail the 7 seas if I have to. But I'm sure I've got access to Tubi and.
Well, you don't have. It won't be on Tubi.
I've got Amazon as well.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I've got the BBC iPlayer, so it'll probably.
Oh, okay. Well, you're on iPlayer.
Oh, yeah.
I have to watch it. I have to watch it on the 7 Seas because BritBox doesn't have it yet.
Yeah,
they will.
What you do is, according to Gary Nerdrotic, is you download the iPlayer app, and it basically asks you. Accordingly, it asks you if you've got a license, and maybe because you're outside the UK, you just say, and he says,
I don't have a VPN though. I do have other ways of watching.
Yes, I feel the 7 Seas if I can't find it anywhere else.
And that's how I watched South Park. There is a way of watching South Park, but I watched it another way.
Yeah,
but you do need to check out South Park. It is brilliant.
South Park never rang my bell. It's
this particular episode of South Park, abso-freaking-lutely brilliant.
Well, when I'm looking for the worldwide version of Death in Paradise.
Death in Paradise was wonderful. Next week, I guess Death in Paradise, I don't know what time it was on locally, 8 to 9. And then Beyond Paradise is on 9 to 10.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So they're launching it just right after it.
Now, Colin, I know you're another fan of Murdoch Mysteries. From what I've read, Beyond Paradise is going to be very similar to
I saw something about
Murdoch Mysteries works, where they're going to have him seeing what happened. And the only thing I will tell you about last night's episode of Death in Paradise is that they do the same thing. They have Neville standing in the room where other people are frozen, looking around, figuring out who did what.
Yeah. I've seen that done in other places as well. But
I know that Murdoch does it a lot. So
I'm not sure. I've got a feeling, in answer to Wakizashi's, I've got a feeling that the I'm not sure if it's 3 weeks in November, if it's 3 episodes into the 25th, into the 60th anniversary in November, or if it's November and then into the Christmas episode. I've got a feeling it's 3 episodes into
Well, I
the
think that
60th.
Christmas will be the last episode because then he'll regenerate into Shooty.
Yeah, I think so.
That makes sense.
Mm.
I just don't know what they're going to do here because sometimes they simulcast and other times they don't.
I know, it depends where they suit, but considering it's actually going to be funded by Disney Plus and stuff like that, I could assume they're going to actually primarily put it on Disney Plus, so you have to subscribe to watch it.
Oh, that's what they're doing.
The only reason I have Disney Plus is because, and I'm saying this in public, yes, I know, but a very close friend of mine has Disney Plus and she's put me on her family plan.
Mm.
So her sister has it and her mother and me. So who knows? All I know is that
I'm only on Amazon.
She put me on her plan so that I could watch The Mandalorian, which I did love. And I plan on watching The Mandalorian 3 when it comes out.
Yeah,
I must admit, I'm not sure about the picture of the mighty morphin Mandalorian Rangers that seem to be in there, the multicolored.
I nearly bought the full set of the Power Rangers.
I like seasons 1 and 2. I thought they were good.
Oh no, I did. I'm saying it's just there's one bit in there where they seem to be about half a dozen Mandalorians, and they all seem to be wearing different coloured armor.
Oh yeah, right, and they were all women.
Yeah,
I
nearly bought Power Rangers, so I did. They had a set of the 5 Power Rangers, and I was tempted to just buy them. So, but I decided not to. And then I went round the corner and I saw the Witcher horse, and I thought, I'm glad I didn't pick them up because I wouldn't have looked any further. But I was tempted to pick up the Power Rangers because it was the classic ones. It wasn't the new weird ones. It was the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, not the Zero Rangers or whatever they called them after that.
It was after my time. I never watched them.
No, see, my kids used to love it. My 3 daughters used to love it. Pink Ranger and Yellow Ranger were their favourites.
Got it.
Because they're basically the girl Rangers. So I used to sit up with them and watch it. So I did.
Nice. It's a nice dad thing to do.
Right. So they all turned into geeks. One's a Harry Potter aficionado. Another one is she's a anime girl. And the other one is basically just sci-fi.
It's funny because I remember we used to watch, my brother and I used to watch Speed Racer when I was growing up. And my mother hated it. She did not want us to watch it because she said, think about it. In these shows, all the children are always right and the adults are always wrong. And that's dangerous.
Yes.
Mm.
And as a child, I didn't appreciate that. But now looking back on it, I'm like, oh, yeah, she's right.
Mm.
She was totally right.
Typical because it was a fantasy for kids.
Yeah.
Kids didn't understand it was a fantasy. They just assumed.
Yeah.
So,
which is
but
why I liked Bullwinkle because he was a moose, so it didn't matter.
Yeah.
And Rocky was a squirrel, and it didn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. And we had Danger Mouse. I
have Danger Mouse on DVD.
Mm-hmm. So we had them, Penfold and stuff like that. It didn't matter because we had even Top Cat. We had
Top Cat? I love Top Cat.
He's the leader of the pack. I don't ask me to sing it because I can't sing it. I don't
know.
want
I
to
said that they showed Top Cat by you guys.
It was either Top Cat or Boss Cat, depending on how they called it.
I think
I always remember it as Top Cat.
They called it Boss Cat.
Really?
But the theme tune was Top Cat. It was called Boss Cat.
Yeah,
the series was called Boss Cat, but he was called Top Cat because he was still called TC.
Yeah. So it was, but I knew it was Boss Cat, but when I ever saw it, it was always Top Cat. But they did put it out as Boss Cat as well.
Interesting.
Weird.
Yeah,
anyway.
no, I mean, growing up in the States in the 60s was fantastic. We had amazing cartoons.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really amazing cartoons. We had Crusader Rabbit and Bullwinkle and Rocky and Bugs Bunny and Beanie and Cecil and Top Cat and Felix the Cat and
Felix the Cat.
Tennessee
The
Tuxedo.
wonderful cat.
These were just brilliant cartoons, and they weren't like the ones now, which were meant for kids. So they're all stupid and condescending.
Yep. That's why they called. There you go. That's why they called it Boss Cat.
They could be seen on so many different levels.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember watching Bullwinkle, which was a play on the Cold War. But when you're 5, you don't realize that.
Well, and of course, and of course, is the one that we never talk about.
I remember that one.
Secret Squirrel.
Oh, I remember Secret Squirrel. Yes.
Secret Squirrel. I remember that one. Ulysses 31.
That.
Oh my God.
You guys have Adamant?
Adamant?
Yes.
He was a singer.
Oh, Adamant.
Besides the singer who used to date Jamie Lee Curtis, there was a cartoon called Adam Ant.
We had Atom Ant, which was the TV show, and Adam Ant was the
Peter.
Sorry, Atom ATOM was the singer.
Atom Ant, yeah. Adamant, as in adamant, as in Adam Adamant, the TV show.
I listened to one episode of that on Big Finish and just could not get into it.
Yeah, I've not listened to those ones. I remember the original, but
okay, yeah, we didn't get that here.
Look, before we go, Peter mentioned Felix and Betty Boop. That's on my list for next week of one of my picks.
Wow.
Betty Boop.
Huh. That doesn't look like Betty Boop because her hair looks red.
It is red, but it's Betty Boop. It looks like Betty.
Okay.
Because you can see the face better there. Look, you can see the face a bit better there, but it is black.
Yeah,
it's red here.
If you guys get a chance, check out. You can. I'm sure they're on YouTube, but a show called Crusader Rabbit. It was made by the same people who made Bullwinkle only a few years earlier, and it was brilliant.
Yeah,
absolutely brilliant.
I remember that one. Crusader.
Yeah, no, it was
I'm going to actually have to finish off because I'm actually literally.
Yeah, well, it's already almost at 1 o'clock in the morning. For
yep,
you guys.
and I've got tomorrow, so get up at some point.
So
good night, everybody.
And Wednesday we are doing Some Like It Hot.
Oh, I thought it was Singing in the Rain.
No, that's at the end of March. I made a mistake. I made a mistake, and I got the two of them mixed up. And because I got them mixed up, I said Singing in the Rain. It's Some Like It Hot. The end of March.
Movie.
Singing it. I know.
Great movie.
Oh, I love it. I've basically.
I love the end of it. It cracks me up every time I see it.
Yeah. You realise I'm not a woman. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, with Joey Brown. Oh my God, Joey Brown and Jack Lemmon, priceless.
Yes, definitely. So I'm looking forward to it because I love Some Like It Hot. It's just one of those movies. It's just
hilarious.
And it was a movie when somebody actually two of them dressed up as women and acted like women. People didn't go.
I know.
It was just done. It wasn't even done. It's taking the mickey. It was done for the entertainment, and it had a reason. So it's fun. Anyway,
it's great.
Join us for Wednesday for that. And remember, boys and girls, lads and lassies, we're not old. We're classics. So good night, one and all.
Night, everybody.